Alrighty, how's everybody doing? We have audio. We have functional audio. Apparently we do. Cool. Welcome, Helios. Yes, morning stream indeed, I guess. RJB4000, welcome aboard. Monty4333, welcome. Pilsners, how are you? Alex Hook, welcome aboard. And Artisan Simulation, howdy. How are you good people? Howdy, buckaroos. Indeed. I wanted to be working today on the doors, but I'm still working on some other stuff that I wanted to have complete. So let's knock that one out fast, I guess. Actually, so I didn't want to do it like this. Fans. So there's a feature that I've added where it automatically it gives you little hints when you're doing a checklist on how to do the thing you're doing. Make it big. On how to do the thing you're doing, and there's also going to be a little hint up here that tells you whether the first officer is waiting on you with the checklist, or if it's going to auto-complete the action, or if it's waiting on you to complete the action. So let's have a look. Do I just want to keep it the way I have it right now? Yeah, I'm going to keep it the way I have it. Cool. So there was... you know what I'm going to say here is instead of on, I'm going to say FO, and this is going to say captain, and this is going to say check. Yeah. Yep. So on advanced check, FO or captain stuff, and here, auto advance, this is for FO, it's going to say FO captain, it's going to say captain here, and otherwise it's going to say check. Yes, okay. So, not when, man. Okay, so unless anything else is said, okay. And auto advance, auto ADV wait is going to send to auto advance and to captain. Yeah. Auto is going to be changed. Okay, didn't use that yet. How's everybody doing? Dirac37, welcome aboard. How are you? Auto advance captain. Yes, that is the start. After start is still captain. Flight controls, that's essentially just a check. Auto risk, so fuel balance, that's also captain. Manual trim check, nose steer. Okay, that's up to you to do. APR is manually done. Here we go, anti-ice off. And actually, test okay, that is waiting for the test lamp there. 14 isolation is, actually that's for you to check. Then off, that has an auto condition, ATC TCAS, alt on, good stuff. And taxi checklists, these are now going to be fairly automated. So FO, taxi lights, come on, that's the FO doing that. Cal anti-ice, you're going to check yourself. Actually, brakes and steering is you, reverse thrust is you. Flaps, FO. Auto condition is FO. Radar weather is FO. Takeoff briefing is U. Taxi checklist complete. What started as a simple XML list of check items, yeah, it's starting to become a little bit involved. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so this is automatically done by the first officer. First officer. That's going to be shortened a little bit there. So this is going to be shortened a little bit there. Okay, probes. It's automatically done by the FO. Windshield heat is automatically done by the FO. There is waiting on you. Ignitions are automatically. There it's waiting for you. This is automatic. Cool. After start checklist or after takeoff checks. So those are fully automated. So flaps are 0. Thrust reversers off. Ignition is off. Station is done by the first officer. Packs. N1 target. APU generator. APU. Passenger signs confirmed by you. Confirmed by you. Okay. Cool. Immediate return. So the pressurization is set by the first officer. Altimeters are cross-checked by the first officer. Thrust reversers are cross-checked set by the first officer. And landing data is confirmed by you. Approach briefing confirmed by you. Fuel quantity by you. Cast by you. Descent check. Those are mostly manual. So secure, passenger signs on or auto. Pressurization is set by you. Fuel quantity and balance is done by you. Landing data charts by you. Approach briefing by you. ENAV transition flight level by you. Descent checklist complete. In range. And this is APU start by first officer. Altimeters by first officer. Avionics are done by you. External lights are done by, let me think. Oh no, hang on. That does have an auto condition here, so that is done by captain. And one target is done by the captain. And we'll see how this flows. APU packs transition is done by the first officer. APU generator is done by the first officer. This is checked by you. Cool. Before landing check, that is done. Landing gear lever is done by the first officer. Rather, hang on, no. This is check. Yeah, that's the one. I got to review some of these. Where is it? Hang on. No. That's done by the first officer. Or completed by the first officer automatically. Or hang on. No. Yeah, no. This is captain side work. Nose steer is done by the first officer. Anti-skid first officer. Passenger signs are done by the first officer here. Wing and cowl anti-ice. That is check. Continuous ignition is first officer. Thrust reversers first officer. Spoilers done by the captain, but checked by the first officer. And flaps are done by the captain or initiated by the captain, then the rest is check. Cool. After landing. After landing, pulse recog lights off are done by the captain. You got to do that yourself. Anti-collision lights done by the first officer. Continuous ignition first officer. Windshield heat first officer. Probes first officer. Wing and cowl. Wing anti-ice first officer. Cal anti-ice is just a check by the captain, whichever one they want to keep. Spoilers are done by the captain. Flaps are done by the captain, confirmed by the first officer. ATC TCAS is done by the first officer completely. Radar mode, okay, cool. And shutdown. So this is mostly done by the captain. Taxi lights off. Parking brake, captain. Reverse thrust, captain. Gen 1 and 2, captain. Yeah, this is all going to be basically done by captain. Engine 2 shutdown. Fuel boost pumps. Fuel system. Engine 2 shutdown. Anti-ice is done by the captain, checked by the first officer. 14th stage, captain, beacon captain, nose steer captain, ATC TCAS captain. Parking brake is check, whichever state you want it in. There's no condition or no auto completing condition. Passenger signs are done by the captain. Cabin differential is automatically checked by the first officer. And this guy here is basically all just manual advance. I don't have any checking here. Good. Put that out of the way. Hey, Captain Crash. How are you? Good stuff. And so, what do I grab the actions here? Item check. Update hint image. Or update hint is just what I'm going to call this. Update hint and FO state hint. FO state hint, and I want the how's everything, Torbjorn? I'm doing well. How about yourself? And I want to store the auto advance condition from the notification auto ADV. Yeah, cool, close or better. Then I also want, I've got the hints in this this checklist. Engine start. Let's see, engine start. I do already have the hint image in the engine start checklist. Malfunction after start. I'll want to put the hints in here. After start. And so which ones do I have? CK list images for after start. One for step number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything is awesome. Ah, well, I'm glad I could brighten your day. 10. Cool. So that we've got up to 10, 11, then 14. So 11, then skip. 14 is another one that has an image with it. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, up to 21. So I skipped this guy here. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Good. Rest do not have images associated with him. Hence anyway. 21. Good. So for taxi, how many we got? Only 2 and 4. So item 2 has an image. Taxi 0, 2, and 4. Good stuff. Next one. Taxiing DIs, blah, 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 blah. Before takeoff. So before takeoff has 4 and 8. Have images. Really? Windshield heat. Okay, apparently it does. Before takeoff 0, 4. And supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel switch. And who you got following? Flying Ismo. Welcome aboard. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. We're gonna go flying soon. Just want to finish up some stuff here after takeoff. So after takeoff. After takeoff, item 3 has an image. 5, 6, 7, and 10. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, and 10. Welcome, Flying Ismo. How are you? That's after takeoff. Then we've got descent. We've got descent stuff on here. So that'll be number 2. Des 0, 2, 3, 4, and 7. So 3, 4, and 7. Stuff. The in-range stuff has 1, 2, 3, and 6. Wait. These are the wrong category. That's the immediate return. Oops. Descent check. There we go. So there we go. So descend 2, 3, 4, and 7. Yeah, that kind of makes more sense. 3, 4, and 7. Then we've got the in range 1, 2, 3, and 6. In range 0, 1, 2, 3, and 6. After that, we've got the before landing 3 and 7. Before landing has before LDG 03 and 7 has a hint on it. And then we have an after. We don't have after landing, and securing, I don't have hints for that either yet anyway. So let's see. That's that. Let's just load them up and run through them. I did reload. Yeah, I did. Fly this one. Sorry for the noise. Actually, no, it didn't make any noise. Huh. I've turned everything down. Yeah, I've been hacking around on some sounds here, but we'll go restart.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
I'll just quickly run through them.
Nav lights, logo light, cockpit lights, lamp test, duct monitor, FMS database status, FMS flight plan uplink, anti-skid, nose door, hydraulic 3A pump, brake pressure, parking brake, nose door, hydraulic panel and pumps, electric panel.
Hopefully I didn't miss any of them. Hint image. Flight plan uplink. Anti-skid. Did it show an image there? I'm not entirely sure it did.
Flight compartment check. Now FMS anti-skid.
It did. Cool. 15 and then 17.
Nose door. Hydraulic 3A pump. Brake pressure.
Yeah.
Parking brake.
Next one is already, it's only in the next checklist. So,
Engine start checklist. Doors.
Glad you like them, Torbjorn. Yeah, they are, the checklists are very occasional flying friendly in that you get, these are read and do checklists. So these are not like airline. You don't have to memorize it. Let me see, did I? Oh, okay, cool. These are read and do checklists, so you don't have to memorize them. You don't have to memorize the procedures. You just basically do the checklist in order, and it will make you end up with a good, well-configured aircraft. Did something change? Or the black part was there before. Was the black part there? What black part? The outline here, or the outer hull? You probably don't fly this every day. Well, that's been there for months and months now, but yeah. I don't know when you last watched the stream. Okay, so doors.
Parking brake and pressure.
Next one is number 3.
Fuel quantity and balance. Beacon.
I should probably be able to see if there are any complaints while loading up here. And, well, not these complaints. These are understandable. Didn't complain about missing images so far, anyway. So, next one then
Fuel
is...
boost pumps. Ignition.
Select one of them. Just blind to it, don't worry. Don't worry about it.
Engine 2 start.
Okay.
Fuel system.
Fuel system.
Engine 1 start. Engine start check after start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
Okie doke. Let me see. Engine start malfunction. After start. There we go. Gens 1 and 2 are... Do you have a hand?
Ignition.
Ignition. It's just waiting for it to be
Disarmed. Packs. 14th stage.
Good stuff.
Open. Cowl anti-ice.
So here it's waiting on
Flight
us. Flight control check.
Ground spoilers. Flight spoilers. Cowl anti-ice. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice. Fuel balance. Trims.
So that's item 12. That doesn't have a hint associated with it.
No steer. APR.
APR test.
ADG unit.
Yes, ADG unit.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice. Cowl anti-ice. Off. Wing anti-ice.
Checking
14th
that.
stage wing anti-ice. ATS. ATC TCAS.
Doot, doot, doot. The next one is in the chat. Taxi check.
Taxi checklist. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Looking is required for environmental conditions.
Brakes and steering.
Brakes and or steering. Let me see. Brakes and steering. I do not have an image with them. Number 4.
Reverse thrust.
Yep.
If taxiing the flaps. 20.
Lap.
Altimeters. Set and cross-check. Takeoff briefing.
Oh, hang on. That's in the... Which one? Before takeoff.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Pros. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Oh, next one is thrust reverser. So that's the after start or after takeoff. Before takeoff only has number 4. Let me get back. Let me restart the checklist here. It should be number 4.
Before take anti-pros. Windshield heat.
Yeah.
Wing and cowl and continuous ignition. ATC TCAS.
Then should be one on number 8.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel.
Robotic voice checklist in the early streams.
Takeoff
Yeah.
okay. Landing before after takeoff checklist. Landing gear.
This, no, it's looking
Lamp,
thrust
thrust reversers.
reversers.
Ignition.
Next one is
Pressurization.
press.
Pax
Packs.
transition. N1. APU.
APU.
Shutdown. Passenger
Next one
CAS.
is cool.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Then the next one's the descent
checklist.
on number
Passenger
2,
signs.
number 3,
Pressurization. Fuel
number
quantity and
4,
balance.
and number 7.
FMS approach brief VNAV transition flight level. Descent checklist complete. In range checklist. APU. Altimeters. Avionics.
Good stuff.
External light. N1. APU PAX transition. APU generator.
A little bit. It's going to try and configure up the APU for
CAS.
me here. Go away. I need to disable the auto FO from completing items 2 PM actions. The key
Range checklist
CAS.
complete. Before landing checklist.
Next one is before landing.
Before landing check. Nose steer. Anti-skid.
Okay.
Passenger signs.
Next one's thrust
Wing contain
reversers.
thrust reversers.
Yeah, looking good.
Spoilers.
And that's the last image we have.
Flaps.
Cool.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC
You can get
electrodes.
rid of it like that if you don't want to be looking at it. So that's that.
Nav lights, logo light. Lamp test.
So there's also going to be a little icon on here that tells you whether it's being auto-completed by you or the first officer or whom. You don't have to guess. Yesterday, we had a suggestion while doing some voice chat with the guys. They said, like, if it's an action that's got to be completed by the captain, it would be like you're just gonna hear a little from the right side, from the right seat. But yeah, that's not quite so obvious. So I'd rather go for a bit of an overlay here, help you out, help you figure out what you're supposed to do. Cool. To that end, as the image, so draw pop-up. That's up here. So where's the close button? Here's the close button. Okay, so if that's the close button, and the stuff above it, this here is the hint image. Hint image and auto advance hint. So if, or rather, switch FO state hint auto ADV case, and so I gotta enumerate through these cases here. Blah, 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 auto advance, so from here to there. So these options, these cases each need a different type of handling. And we're gonna make it like GL pick T auto ADV image, and by default it's gonna be null. And here auto advance check. That's FO state hint. What did I call you? Check action. So check action. Otherwise, it is going to be FO action, and this is going to be captain's action. If auto ADV image is not null and auto ADV image pixels is not null, so the image is actually loaded, then we're actually going to composite it somewhere. And where are we going to composite you? So we're going to grab and stick you. The width is simply auto advance image width. Auto advance image height. Position is going to be when you're showing on the right edge of the screen, we're going to shove you all the way over to the right edge. So it's going to be right minus size X. We're going to be showing you on the left. You're going to be all the way over to the left. Yeah, cool. And then we just draw an auto advance image. 1841. Right, yeah, it needs like that. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Actually, there might be one more thing I gotta do. Okay, fly. Okay, checklist, restart current check.
No current checklist to
Flight
restart.
compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
Yeah, so it's showing a little check mark in the upper right corner.
Nav light, cockpit light, lamp test.
And that's, I actually gotta keep it there, but it stays visible. And let's also check whether you're actually going to be able to see it when the window is very, very small. So if I go FO assists, shrink this all the way down and make this as small a window as possible. Are they going to overlap? Yeah, they do overlap a little bit with the cross, with the closing cross. I might make that one just a little bit smaller, I guess. But yeah. So, to that end, user settings, FO assists. And we're gonna make you like, I don't know, about the A large. What sort of size would I make you? Let me just test it on you guys. So I'm gonna make it like that, and this is gonna go full screen simulator. Yes. Well, it's teeny tiny in the stream. How fast you find everything. Well, I kind of remember stuff, where stuff was. Okay, and I also gotta go show hand. Let's take this like so and take you out of full screen mode. Get a bit smaller just for the time being. Let's see. Show hint. Show hint. Okay, so I want to show the window if we're showing the hint here, and the show hint value will be new image, show hint, blah blah blah. Draw image. Let's see. Actually, no, anytime you advance it, really will want to have the hint be shown. Yeah, because we're always going to give you a slight hint there, I guess. So, show hint should be being set, not here. But it should be set when we receive a new thing here. So we'll go show hint true. And if I reload you now, one of the neat things on Linux is I can recompile and reload in a few seconds. No need to reload the sim or anything. There, it took 16 seconds. Alrighty, and so now if I go restart current check.
No current
Flight
checklist to
compartment
restart.
checklist. AC and DC nav lights, logo light.
Huh, you're not showing it now. Why? Show hint. Oh, right, yeah, it actually goes like that. Hint enabled and show hint. Okay, cool. Reload again. Sparker, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Is that Linux thing only? Unfortunately, at this time, nods 67. Yeah, sorta. I think there's some method of getting it on Windows.
Flight compartment checklist. Nav lights, logo light.
There we go. Yeah, so it's there. Did I shift that over a little bit closer? The close button? Maybe. I'll see. Knots 57. So here's why this works so well on Linux. Because on Linux, what I can do, this is theoretically possible on Mac as well, but it's a little bit, Apple messed up something different there. But basically on Linux, what I can do, and it's perfectly fine to do, is I can go like plugin systems, linx64. So this is the actual compiled binary that holds the code of the airplane, right? So this, when I go in here, type make, it builds this file. And what I can do on Linux is I can just go delete that thing and it's gone. And you can see nothing complained, everything succeeded, airplane's still here, everything's still working, and I can then recompile, and bada boom, there it is again. So this would be the equivalent. So this is what a recompile does. So whenever I change anything in the airplane, say for instance I save a file, it goes recompiles what has changed, and then it deletes the old file and replaces it with a new one. Now, yes, I just replaced the lib. The problem is on Windows, whenever you load in a this is essentially a dynamic library, right? So it's a shared object on Linux is what it's called. On Windows it would be called a DLL. Same thing. The problem is on Windows, as soon as you load in a DLL, the operating system itself places a file lock on the file itself, and that prevents it from being deleted. And yeah, it's your daily driver. Good stuff then, knots 67. And so when Windows deletes a file, or I'm sorry, when it locks a file, you cannot delete it. And the file remains locked until every process that has that DLL loaded unloads it. Then that unlocks the file, and then you can remove it and replace it with a new one and reload it, I guess. On I think Xplane has some sort of a command which allows you to reload all plugins in a way where Xplane pauses in the middle. So it basically unloads everything, pauses. You can then rebuild your plugin, and then it reloads everything. It's a much more messy way of doing it, but this is the way it works on, I think on Windows, that would be doable. On Linux and on Mac, you don't have to do anything like that. And the reason for that is because of how the file systems are organized, or how the entire system is structured in general in Unix systems. So things like Linux and Mac is obviously somewhat closer to a Unix system than Linux. But point being is Unix systems have a separation. The reason why you can actually do this, okay, I'm going to have a bit of an aside here. I guess whiteboard time, guys. So settle in. And it's going to use pretty slime green for the background. I don't want that. Well, whiteboard time. The reason why you can do that on Linux is because on Linux, there is a separation between the name of a file and the file itself. So when you actually delete a file on Linux or on Unix or any kind of Unix system, what you're doing is you're removing the name. The reason why it's even in the name for the actual underlying system call, which if you know your Unix file systems is called unlink. There, this is the actual system call to delete a file. So what it does is it basically breaks this link, gets rid of this, but the file itself remains behind. And why does it remain behind? Well, it's because Unix file systems don't use locking, they don't use this. Instead, they use what's called reference counting, so ref counts. So whenever a process, so here we got a process P, whenever it loads in a dynamic library, it increments this ref count up by 1. So let's say this would, normally this link here counts as 1 ref link, but normally the file ref count would be 1. When a process opens up that library, the ref count goes up to 2. When you delete the file name, this ref count goes back to 1. Right? So we've now deleted the name, but the file is still referenced on disk. Rather, it's referenced, so it still has a ref count of 1. And as soon as the process itself exits or unloads the library, that's when the ref count goes to 0 and the file is actually deleted from disk. That's why you can do this whole thing on Linux. You can do it on Solaris. You can do it on basically any kind of Unix system that uses essentially a Unix operating system. But you cannot do it on Windows because Windows has no notion of this. It doesn't have this, and it also doesn't have. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. And it also doesn't have this linkage. Fundamentally, Windows does not do this. Rather, on Windows, these two things are inextricably connected. A file and its name are one thing. So these are linked together, and you cannot separate them apart from each other. So therefore, you cannot create a new file inside of a directory with the same name, because that would be a consistency error. Does it depend on the file system? Or Unix file system make the file and the name same thing? The boost, yes. Well, doesn't matter how many knots. The more processes reference that dynamic library, the more the ref count increments. So if there was like 100 processes using the same library, the ref count internally would actually be 100, say. And yes, you can get rid of the name, but then you've just prevented new processes from opening up that library. But the ref count would stay non-zero for as long as any process references that file. So deboost, are there is it file system dependent? Sort of. It has to be a file system that actually is a proper Unix file system that has that sort of name to file contents link functionality in there. Essentially, hey Graham, how are you? Essentially, all Unix file systems do it. X2 does it, X3, X4, original UFS. I think even HFS Plus on Mac does it. Notably, any Windows file systems like NTFS do not. FAT32 does not have that distinction, so it might actually not be able to do it. You might not be able to do it while having a if you were using, if you had your code stored on NTFS, this might not work. I think their Linux does have to emulate the locking behavior of Windows. Well, the Linux course I taught was the absolute basics, that I only had to touch on this subject lightly. No disrespect to my students, but I feel like they wouldn't have been able to get it in a short amount of time we had together. Possible. But yeah, so this is why you can do this on Linux, you can do this on Mac, and you cannot do this on Windows. On Windows, it basically requires application support. So Xplain itself gives you a little bit of it will do a little bit of a happy dance to try and get you that functionality, but it natively does not expect to have that available, essentially. Cool. Windows. Yeah. So Windows, as usual, its crappy architecture bites it in the ass. And actually, this piece of architectural design it's not just Windows. This carries over from DOS 1.0. So this design, this structure of how they organize their files and their file systems is probably, goes back all the way to the CP/M heritage of DOS itself. Which, I mean, back in the day, when you're talking about a disk size of kilobytes, Sure, yeah, then you can sort of have a bit of an argument about efficiencies and stuff, but as you can see, long term the design of Unix file systems has given us significant advantages.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
Okay. Cool. So this.
Nav lights, logo cockpit lights.
So if I go
Engine
here.
start checklist. Doors.
Are closed. Oh yeah, I'd have to close the door. Screw that.
Parking brake and pressure.
Ugh. Let's jump in like so. Go into, I think, that button to show you, explain itself. Yeah, there we go. No, hang on, wrong. That button. Aha. Yeah, close enough. So this means it's waiting for your action to complete. So what do I want to do? Right, parking brake and pressure. Bring up hydraulics. Pressure is up, so all I have to do is I don't have, actually I do have pedals. Yes, left and right and left. Good.
Checked and set. Fuel quantity and balance.
So here it's waiting for you to check the action and manually advance.
Beacon.
Yes.
On. Fuel boost pumps.
Fuel boost pumps.
On. Ignition.
No, that button.
Armed. Engine 2 start.
Alright, we should probably start the EPU first. Beacon versus anti-collision light. Beacon light is red. Anti-collision is the high-intensity discharge strobes that are on the wingtips and the tail of the aircraft. You don't have it currently on the 3D model, but beacon is a little lighty light up here, and then there's another lighty light down there. And it's just the red the red don't approach the aircraft beacon. And got a bunch of lights on that I don't want to have. And then you've got on the wingtips, here, and in the tail, you've got your high intensity discharge strobes. The X floating off there on its own after the hint image goes away. Looks a bit odd. Well, the reason is it's aligned with the hint box itself for the entire thing. On the beacon end. Well, no, this is actually consistent with used to Boeing and them calling a beacon the anti. Oh, right. So Boeing calls this the red anti-collision and this the white anti-collision light. But yeah, this is sort of Cessna type naming. Anyway, a poo. Alright, still got flaps out, so that's why the AC and DC utilities don't come on. So these bleeds out. What is that thing above the nose cone? It might be some stray geometry. This? That's an IR camera. We're actually going to remove that. That's not supposed to be there. Yeah, that's the infrared camera for the EVS, for the enhanced vision system, which we're not going to simulate because you can't really do that in X-Plane. Actually, for this, I got to close the doors, so otherwise it will yell at me. And I want packs. And actually I want probes off. All this stuff off. Kind of rushed through a checklist and misset some stuff. The IR project died. What IR project? I mean, there was not really an IR project. Okay, number 2 engine start. So that's one action means left side, left seat, captain actions. It looks pretty cool. Like Hana, if it's not going to be functional, I'm not going to leave it in there. I know it looks cool, but eventually we'll want to make it functional for that, and for that I'll put it back. But I don't want to have, you know, bumps and stuff on the airplane that doesn't actually serve any function.
Fuel system.
Okay, fuel system. It's checking for waiting on me. Actually, this should not say one action. This should say that that's a manual check. Fuel system. That's checking.
Engine 1 start.
Still have my path planned? No, I don't. I'm gonna apply that, yeah.
Engine start checklist complete.
An op sticker on it.
After start checklist, next.
Good stuff. So start checklist is complete.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
So 1 and 2.
On, checked AC and DC. Ignition. Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. Cowl anti-ice.
Yeah, this is
On, check 45 seconds. Flight controls.
We'll bring up the flight controls page, do our little na. Good stuff. Do I have the tiller on here? Joystick. Yes I do. Cool. And I'll get rid of yes. Cool. Okie doke. So flight controls checked.
Ground spoilers.
Ground spoilers. We'll move you up into there. And then we'll go to auto to disarm. We'll move the ground spoiler, disarm to arm, and check grounds. Hang on. First we go from auto to disarm, then to arm, and then back to auto, and that'll retract. Good.
Flight spoilers.
Flight spoilers, we'll shove them all the way back. We'll get everything coming up. Shove them to half. Flight spoilers retract half, everything stays up, or the ground spoilers stay up, and boom forward. Everything retracts.
Cowl anti-ice.
Check we've got the Cal anti-ice message there.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
We'll push the test on button there.
Test on. Fuel balance.
Actually. Yes, okay, so this is now check, fuel balance.
Trims.
So I'm gonna
No steer.
No steer.
Armed. APR.
APR test would be like this. Test 1. Test 2. And since this says check, it's waiting for me to manually advance.
ADG unit.
ADG unit test. Yeah, I'm thinking I might reword this to man to say like manually advance or confirm or something like that. Confirm didn't quite fit with the same font, but I can make it a smaller font, I guess, and that'll say confirm.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
Yes, we've got test. Okay.
Cal anti-ice.
Get rid of this. And now, since it says one action, means as soon as I complete the action, it'll automatically advance.
Off. Wing anti-ice.
And this actually isn't right. Wing anti-ice. This should say. Oh no, it's on the ground. Wing anti-ice, Cal anti-ice. Off and wing anti-ice. Yes, this does actually check, so it should say one action, so
Norm. 14 stage isolation.
this is correct. I'd go and check here. Isolation valve here.
Wing anti-ice.
And we'll check for our little thingy thing there. We got 2 green lamps and also got yellow indications. Good. And
Checked. Off. ATS.
go ahead and do this, I guess. I should probably make it wait until you go to standby and then off. Huh. ATS is the number 1 action here. Push that. Actually, no. Get rid of you. Get rid of the flight directors. Get rid of the flight directors. We gotta put in attempts or temp for the ATS to initialize. And so now when I push Toga,
N1 TO. ATC TCAS.
ATC TCAS, it's looking for, gonna punch in something, and we'll give it Alt on mode.
Alt on. After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Cool. So
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
So when it says 2 action means it's going to be completed, it's going to be done and auto-completed by the first officer. Better with every stream. Is it finished now? Not quite, Sakuahana. There's actually stuff still being worked on the back wall there. That's going to be coming in the next few days. Wing cal anti-ice. This is asking me to check whether I'm happy with it.
Brakes and steering.
That's just a plain check box here to manually check it.
Reverse thrust.
I'd have to go and do my reverse thrust check, which I'm not gonna.
If taxiing the de-ice, flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-check. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing.
And I didn't catch if it showed the correct stuff on there. Restart current check.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights.
The
On.
boost, 2
Wing
people.
and cowl anti-ice.
Assuming you do all the systems, there's someone else modeling, or is that you two? No, that's somebody else. The boost, it's 2 people working on this thing. In terms of like, there's a couple more people that are doing some of the documentation and stuff, and so these pop-ups and stuff, but I am basically the one responsible for everything that is not visual. Not the 3D model and textures.
Brakes and steer. Reverse thrust. If taxiing the flaps.
Okay, flaps.
20. Altimeters. Set and cross-check. Radar weather.
The altimeters is not
Takeoff
correct. Altimeters is only checked by the first officer, but it is done by you. Radar weather is done by the first officer. Takeoff briefing is checked by you.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist.
Okay.
Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision light on. Pros. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
That is asking me to confirm that I'm happy with them where they are.
Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK. Landing pulse recog lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete. After takeoff checklist next.
And I might just make this not show anything on these. When it's basically says that it's complete, I'm gonna just make it go away. Good stuff. Actually, one more thing. So I'll take you back out here. And let's see, update hints, update hint. Cool. Okay, so show hint. There's no hint image, rather. Show hint. If note if auto ADV is not what was the name of the constant here? Auto ADV none. Yeah, okay, and I'm gonna change the DTD here to allow for a special case of none. Auto ADV none. Okay, this is gonna piss me off if I don't line these up. I'm gonna line all of them up. Yes, I am. There we go. All is right with the world again. So none, check, FO and captain. Good stuff. And that means Or that then means that I gotta put a check for this case. None. Else if blah 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 blah. Cool. And I gotta modify these last prompts here where it says complete auto ADV none. So complete flight compartment checklist complete. It's going away there. This is quick turn. We don't do that one. We don't auto complete that one. Engine start is going to have a final item where we want to avoid showing anything on there. Engine start malfunction, nope. After start is going to have a final item on here. Am I going to make check item default? Now I'm going to make this one the default one. Before start is also going to grab a auto advance none at the tail. Auto advance non immediate return. Get a before landing check is going to have auto advance none. Descent checklist none. Good stuff, good stuff. In range at the tail is going to be auto advance none. None after landing, none. Launch engine shutdown, none, and securing. There's going to be none on there as well. Good stuff. So let's try this again. Reload the airplane. Hey, Sim Caesar, how are you? Sure, load this one up. Now, so what was my current?
Flight compartment check.
Yeah.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
So it's waiting for check.
Brakes and steering. Reverse
Checked.
thrust. If taxiing the D, flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-checked. Radar weather.
Right.
On.
Altimeters.
Takeoff briefing.
Hang on, that wasn't quite right there. Restart.
Taxi checklist.
Yes.
Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice. Brake. If taxiing the D-ice, flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-checked. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing.
Maybe I should make it say instead of number 1 action, maybe 1 action 2 check. I don't know. Fantastic. Really appreciate the time spent over there. Original text to speech. You can save the completed state of the plane between sessions. Yes. In fact, as you saw there, you can save quite a lot of states, as many as you want. You can edit options. I'm gonna show that in a sec. The leather stitches and a glare shield. Yeah, call me Nick. There's some messed up texture in here that's gonna be fixed. Gordon is currently working on finishing up these back walls and also finish up the stitching on the seats. And then he's gonna come back and fix that up. There was some moving about doing done with the glare shield, so that's why that didn't quite match. Let me see. Where was I?
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
All right. Yeah, hang on. I need to fix a thing here. So that'd be update and so hand and hang on. No, it shouldn't have required a one Blackbeard 95. Welcome. Taxi checklist. Auto advance none. Auto ADV image none. Are we able to change the flight director? Yes. Do flyer. Yes, you are. What am I making? I'm making a Challenger. CL650. Oh, I know you mentioned forever persistent state of where you left it. You also decided to allow us to set up the aircraft here like in snapshot as a present condition. As a present in addition. As a present. Yeah, instant Wesley, I guess you can do that. Yeah, sure. Although that will restore everything about the plane, any avionics settings, anything like that. That's what you just showed. Yes. What did I want to do here? Right. Let me see. Update hint. This stores the auto advance. If auto advance isn't none, then we'll show the hint. Okay. Oh, I didn't recompile the code. Oops. Yeah, that's why I didn't do anything there. Didn't do it right. When can we fly, if you don't mind me asking? Before the year's out, Blackbeard 95. It's getting there. Fairly close. Cool. What else did I want to write? Yeah, I wanted to restart the checks.
Before taxi checklist. If taxiing the de-ice, pause checklist here until a paper de-ice checklist is complete.
Restart concept.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and
Yeah.
cowl anti-ice.
Yeah. 1 minute before midnight.
Brakes in reverse if tack flaps.
Okay.
20. Altimeters. Set and cross-check. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing. Taxi checklist complete.
Okay, it correctly
Before
disappears now.
checklist next.
So,
Before takeoff checklist.
passenger signs.
Advised on. Anti-collision light. On. Pros. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
It's asking for me. Is the toilet working? Not yet, but it will be. Blackbeard 95.
Continuous ignition.
Push.
On. ATC TCAS.
ERA.
TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice PM.
Checks that the lights is out.
Takeoff config OK. Landing, pulse, recog lights. On.
Which is everything
Before
on.
takeoff checklist complete.
Okay, and the
takeoff checklist
thing
next.
correctly disappears. Lovely. So it's working as I wanted it. Let's see. Do I have a storage state here that's kind of shut down? On ramp. Yeah, EGPF parked. There we go. So let's load that guy. There we are. Shut down. Guess we can go flying, I guess. Still got the door open on this state, don't I? Yes, I do. You have a debug screen for potable water. Yeah, not yet. RJB4000. We might, but not yet. Let's go to full screen. Let's see, do I have audio turned up correctly? Yes, I kind of sort of do. There we go. So, what did I want to fly? Where did I want to fly? So, left pilot failure at 600. Cool. Still got external AC power in this state, so we don't need that. Do you have any other products for XP11? Yes, we do. A Hot Start TBM. That's ours. one Blackbeard 95. If you go, wait, holy shit. Anyway, so what did I want to do here? Right, love that bird. Well, I'm glad you like it. So battery, so I wanted to, I'm at Glasgow, and we're gonna hop over to Shannon. How about it? It's a short hop, not too long, a little bit of trip. And I think I got a flight plan for that. Yes, I do. I might refresh it. Oops, I didn't want to push that. I want to edit flight. Use current time. I'm just sort of messing about with it in SimBrief. I'm happy with everything here. VIN number is the thing it looks for in the flight plan number. Avatab better pushback and liberating from you as well. No, not Avatab. ITGBus. Avatab is from a different person named Volko. And better pushback and liberating are from me, yes. So that's our route. Sweet. Departing runway. Probably 2-3. But we'll see. Hop in the plane. The center window support too small, or is that due to the viewing point? We're going to be revisiting this. This is a little bit too skinny, but it ain't too fat on the real thing either. So it's probably a bit too skinny. There should be a little bit more sort of girth near the glass, but this ceiling portion here isn't quite done yet, as isn't the floor. Stuff back here is pretty well done. When windshield heaters will be placed, this bird will be ready, trust me, is a premonition. Windshield heaters. Well, it does heat the windshield already. I put the sounds in for the door. Let me check actually if it is loud enough. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's loud enough. Hey, Black Box. You came just in time. I was just about to go flying. Not online today, but I can do it some other time. Okay, so I've also put in the sound. There's a little downlock solenoid here for the gear, which it currently doesn't let me actuate if I go ahead and click it. That is because on the Airbus it's called the LGCIU, but in Challenger they're called the PSEU, the Proximity Sensing Electronic Unit. Is basically the thing that controls the landing gear. And so if that downlock solenoid isn't open, it won't let you lift the landing gear lever. So, and when you initially do a power up on a battery, the PSEU boots up. I was afraid of being late. Don't worry. The PSEU initially boots up and it does a little check of the downlock solenoid, so it's actually audible. That was it. Click, click. Yes, passenger door open. I know. Black box, you're gonna like this for training purposes. I'm actually gonna make this a little bit larger so you guys can see graphics. I'm gonna scale up the user interface. So actually also gonna work as a test. So yeah, you're gonna be able to create as many airframes as you want, save as many states as you want. And as you can see, it auto-saves the latest state every 20 seconds. So even if you have a crap out of the simulator, you can easily continue at any point. And it even restores halfway around the planet. I've tested. I've been reloading between the UK and the South Pacific, back and forth, as many times as I want. Anyway, to get the initial power up done, we'll go ahead and have a look on DC. We've got more than 22 volts. This jittery amperage here, I gotta rework some stuff on the DC electrical network. So for that reason, go ahead and also, before we actually put any fuel in anything burning, we'll want to do the engine fire or the squib test here. So engine bottles 1 and 2, I can press, you can either do them individually or you can press in the middle and actuate both of them. Looking for 4 squibs here. APU bottle, 2 squibs. Then the engine fire warning test.
Jet pipe overheat.
Is it too
Jet
loud or
pipe
is it not too
overheat.
loud?
Jet
Do let me
pipe
know.
overheat.
So we were looking for 5 messages here. 5 fires. Or 5, well, 2 fires,
Jet
2
pipe
overheats, and 1
overheat.
extra fire.
Jet pipe overheat.
And obviously, you know,
Jet
lighty
pipe
lights and stuff.
overheat.
Now what I've mentioned before, you know, previous streams, but some people haven't heard. The APU, the fire extinguishing system is always powered up. So because that sits on the emergency bus, which sits on the APU direct battery bus. Let's go electrical network. I want to bring you up. I want to make this window a little bit larger. Here's the emergency bus. Fire extinguishers are on here, and since this is green, that means it is powered from the APU battery, which is right here. That guy's always powering the airplane, or the fire extinguishing system. Not the detectors, but the extinguishers. Which means, if I go ahead and shove this button in, I could now, if I wanted to, I could fire either bottle into either engine. And same thing on the APU here. Even though the airplane's completely powered down. Cool. Yes, passenger doors open, I know. So just do the tests again. Squibs are okay. APUs are okay. Fire warning test.
Jet pipe overheat.
And then we also do the loop detector failure test. We're looking for 5 fails there. That's good. And with that out of the way, we can go ahead and crank the APU. So here's the APU exhaust. Goes out the side of the aircraft. And 95% plus 4 seconds, we're going to get the avail light here. There we go. And as CL650 pilot taught me, their company ops are, they'll never do any kind of system switching unless they have the system synoptic displayed. It's just a company policy. It's not required for the aircraft, but yeah, 10 seconds after the generator becomes available, it starts dinging at you. Hey, you didn't switch it on yet. Anyway, so here we've got the AC power synoptic. Flip you on. And black box, you might be... Here's the reason why I was so familiar with the CRJ, because this is where the CRJ came from, so this is all fairly familiar to me. The CRJ 700 is a little bit different, but it's still close enough. And we'll go ahead and clear the ATS fail message here just by mashing the auto throttle disconnect. Cool. AC-DC utility switch comes out. Actually, we'll keep you on. This is actually for the cabin utilities and, you know, all the entertainment systems back there. They keep them off because apparently when you just shut off the airplane with all the cabin utility systems still booted up, apparently the airplane has a bit of a hissy fit. If you don't give them enough time to shut down, the next time you then power it up, it gets a little bit cranky. Cool. So we can go ahead and do the checklists. As I mentioned, BB, you don't have to memorize anything. All you have to do is basically I've just bound up a keystroke here for this menu item, for check item. You can do this either in your keyboard, you can bind it up to a joystick button, whatever you want. That basically just confirms to the first officer, advance the checklist. So as soon as I hit it the first time, it'll start the checklist, the first checklist.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
And it's going to start giving you hints on what needs to be done and what it's waiting for. So when it says check here, it's waiting for manually for you to advance the checklist. Some things it will check for you. As soon as you've done them, it will advance, and some things it will do completely on its own. Most, apparently, the way the guys that we're working with operate the airplane is since most of their crew or most of their pilots are left seat qualified, what they'll do is they'll always fly from the left seat. And so whenever they want to swap who's flying on a sector, they'll literally switch seats. Their choice, I guess. The airplane is perfectly flyable from either position, but that's what they do. Anyway, so in this case, right seater here is prompting me, and I'm just going to do the actions. Most of the stuff is by the captain or by the left seater or captain, I guess, is done while you are on not moving. And as soon as the brakes come off and the airplane starts moving, most actions are performed by the right seater automatically for you. So you never pretty much have to touch this in flight. So AC and DC electrics, we'd go ahead and, bring up our system synoptic pages, check we've got AC power in buses 1 and 2. Is this Hot Start's masterpiece? I suppose it is, Ryan83B. Love that double stitching on the flare shield and yokes. Yeah, they are. These are, I mean, it's an airplane. Black Box, you're going to appreciate this. We're probably going to laugh at this. I was talking to the guys, and with the flex temperature, so the real Challenger has an option. It's a software option from the factory to install a flex takeoff option in the FMS, and it's going to give you G-rated flex takeoff, same as on an Airbus. And most of them actually, so I was talking to the guys, they had an open service bulletin from the factory to get it installed in their Challenger 650, because there was some trickery there. Anyway, I was arguing that, hey, it shortens, it lowers the amount of wear and tear on the engine, right, on the Challenger, when you take off with less power. One of the main reasons why the airlines use flex takeoff all the time. And his comeback was essentially, yeah, I don't think I care on an airplane that does, on average, 300 hours in a year. And yes, he then showed me the actual stats. And these airplanes, your typical airframe usage is about 300 hours in a year. So they really do not care about the reduced wear all that much. It's not like an airliner, which does like 4,000 hours in a year. Anyway, short aside here. So DC side, we're looking, all TRUs are powered. We've got the hockey stick outwards, not downwards. So the batteries are not powering the battery in essential bus. So that's all good. Emergency bus is all powered. This is exactly what we expect. As you can see on the image there. Check DC volts TRUs are online. Normal volt indications. Yes, 300 hours. I saw the stats for the entire Challenger fleet. In fact, on the older Challengers, it was actually less. It was about like 250. And on the newer ones, it's about 300 hours on average per airframe per year. Not much indeed, yeah. And the average pilot, by the way, on type typically has about 100 hours per year. So that's why the checklist is so long-winded, because it's not like an airline where you're in the cockpit day in, day out, every day, where you completely memorize the procedures. No, these guys might not be flying for 2 weeks. And in fact, some of the pilots, or many of the pilots, are type rated on more than one aircraft, because they're going to be flying for either a company that has a diverse fleet, or they might be flying for multiple companies, because they are essentially pilots for hire. And they're also something about always having to assume that it was toga power anyways for maintenance or whatever. Yeah, Pilsner, that was something to do with some tricks in the software, the way it was presented. I think they've since resolved that, so they're looking to get theirs maybe retrofitted. They've been doing some training on it. Cool. Can I get some water, please? Oh, no, not a problem. Thank you. Neat. Okay, so AC/DC electrics, we're checking for volts here.
Nav lights, logo light.
Nav lights and logo lights, so that's this and that.
Cockpit lights.
You just adjust it to wherever you want it.
Lamp test.
Lamp test is down here, so we'll just hold you forward for number 1 test. Look down. All these lamps, all these lamps, all these lamps, and also these guys here on the side. And also hold it back for the second set. Right, we do about 150 hours on a private Embraer. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So, lamp test is completed. Requires a different approach regarding items checklist in that case. Yeah. And also, BB, what you might like is we have a completely custom failure manager that is very organized, like you would know from a training simulator. And in fact, if you want to go completely crazy, well, where's lights? Lights is 33, isn't it? Yeah. You can go ahead and fail any lamp in the cockpit. Overhead, glare shield, FCP is what on Airbus is called the FCU here. Pedestal, and even any of the exterior lights. And you have trigger conditions that can not only be set for an absolute number, you can set them as at V1 or when select gear. And there's one more GG item on here. You can save and load scenarios. So you can create a bunch of scenarios, and then these are saved in a little file, and you can throw that up to other people to play around with. So yeah, we kind of lean pretty heavily into making this pretty good for training. And yes, there is doing himself lots of stuff to do. And yes, there is your favorite burst strike. And yes, it does do exactly what you expect it to do. And you can also have it fail the engine, block up a pitot tube. Yeah. Approach lighting, microbursts, or wind shear, I guess. You're going for certification? Probably not, I don't know. And the smoke does actually affect your vision. So if I just for funsies, since you're going to enjoy this, edit failures, and I'm going to say we've got smoke in the cockpit. Actually, no, I got to close. Did I close the door? I didn't yet. So we're going to clear you out, and I'm going to close the door so we've got... We actually don't clear up the smoke. It'll be great for demonstrations. Yeah, and I still have to have Gordon, but we do have the smoke goggle pouches on there, and I can actually show you with a little bit of data ref editing how that will work. So go ahead and put a bunch of smoke in here. And it not only affects your, that you can't kind of see through it, but yeah, it starts coughing. And let me play around with the mask stuff. Where did I put you? Oxy mask, or what did I call these? I might just go ahead and pull it out. Of course, we got this one. But you'll notice photo smoking, yes sir. And actually, what I gotta do, I'm still gonna get sort of poisoned by the smoke because I gotta switch it over to 100% oxygen mode. And you'll notice we're starting to get a red passenger lit up mode. You're seeing that we're starting to get blinking here, and my vision is starting to go red and blurry as well because the smoke is in my eyes. So I not only got to put on the mask, I also got to put on some goggles. And so now I am fully protected from smoke. And since I've put my mask on, the right seaters also put their mask on, so now I can actually hear two people breathing. I need full face mask. What is all that? Weird and cool. Yeah, so now this is you. Mask on, goggles on. And you gotta switch yourself over to the appropriate mode, so normal or 100%. And yes, it does deplete oxygen in real time. Or bring up the oxygen tank here. you'll see this is just a little study menu that we have. Here, he's coughing. Yes, Sparker. It does actually deplete the oxygen out of here. Where do we have that? Our oxymass flow. Eh? Not really using up any oxygen here. Oh, hang on. I have oxygen on. I'll have to check. Should have been using oxygen here. Oh, it's a bug. That's like me after a jog. Yeah, so I'm gonna clear that fault. Enough messing about with the faults. I said, clear the failure. Oh, alright, I gotta actually blow the smoke out of here. I've cleared the smoke failure, or the trigger, but there's still smoke in the cabin, so I've got the APU bleed open, so I'm gonna go ahead and push the packs on, push the smoke out of the cabin. Okay. Smoke is cleared up. I can take my goggles off and take the mask off. Neat. Anyway, get back to the checklist. We were having some fun here. Especially always is. Anyway, get back to working the checklist here. Lamp test, we completed that.
Duct monitor.
So duct monitor tells me what we got to do up here. We got to go up in this portion, and we'll hold the switch here in the duct monitor test position.
Bleed air duct. Bleed air duct. Bleed air duct.
And then we'll do the loop tests for loop A and loop B individually. Stuff.
FMS database status.
So this is a weird thing that you want to do is if you want to dump any flight plan you have in here, we'll go in and swap the databases over. See, now it says no flight plan. All the FMSs do their swap together, so they'll cross-talk it to each other. We've got 3 flight management computers, and when I change it on one, and the others are going to follow. Cool. Now we got a current database. No, actually, we don't have a current database. I don't have a current database in. Well, easily remedied. Now I want to go to Navigraph. I could actually, even without reloading the simulator, I can change the database. If I just shut down the airplane, do the database update, and power up the airplane again, it's going to pick up the new database. I'm not going to bother. I don't want to be, stopping the APU and restarting it. I want to dump cash into Toto's bank. Okay.
FMS flight plan uplink. ATIS.
Okay, so for flight plan uplink, to do that, we're going to go into index, route menu, flight plan recall, and I'm fin number 650 on SimBrief, or I could just punch in my origin and destination. Either one will do. So I'm going EGPF to EINN. That also works. Send that off. We'll wait for it to complete. Actually, I don't have to wait for it. And we can go up here into data link. We don't have data ATIS at EGPF, but we do have weather request. So that's what we can do. Terminal weather request. Looks nearly ready for release. Well, hopefully soon. EGPF. Send that off. SATCOM in progress. Downlink flight plan or data link flight plan loaded. So we're going to sec flight plan. Wire rudder pedals grounded. Grounded? What do you mean? Well, one of them looks a little bit depressed. That's because Gordon kind of hasn't fixed some animation stuff here yet. That was data link. So we got a data link message. That's the ATIS stuff you got over ACARS. EGPF EINN. activate, execute. The pedals behind you, IRL. Oh, I have multiple pedals. These are Tech pedals probably that you're seeing there. I have MFG crosswinds as well. Where's getting the weather from? NOAA or ASXP? Flying Ismo. This weather is retrieved from. Let me think. This is real world METARS, which is to say probably NOAA. I don't remember anywhere where I got it from. Probably NOAA. So we'll go receive eGPF. That's the METAR. Then there's a TAF, and for U.S. airports, we'll also be able to fetch PIRAPs and NOTAMs. Anyway, it also basically does it all in one go. METAR. So there we got our METAR. No. Yeah. Cool. So flight plan uplink is completed, and for the departure, what did I expect? Sim brief. Departing TRN Turnberry 3 Alpha departure. So runway 23 Turnberry 3 Alpha. Go to legs. You go ahead and check it. And on here, we can actually get rid of this page, and I can swap you over into plan mode. Bring up a little bit and enlarge it. And you can actually go into MFD Advance, and you can mess around with it, check to see through it if it's looking right. Or you execute a change. The model on the BF-109 could be. There are many versions of the MFGs. Cool. And you got your coded constraints. Currently no predictions for VNAV because I haven't initialized my performance. What are you unhappy about? Outboard brake pressure. Yeah, I depressurized the hydraulics probably. Yeah, outboard brake pressure is low. Cancel that. Not important. Neat. Cool. And you can actually even memorize the page layouts. So if you want, each of the pilots gets 3 memory slots. So I have my PPOS map stored in memory 1 and plan map in memory 2. And there's a truckload of little features you can select on the map symbols of what you want to have displayed. So you can turn off the geopolitical map. Airspace is really not all that useful, but we've got it modeled. Airways is probably even less useful, but we've got it modeled. TFR is actually, we don't have modeled, and it's not really all that useful anyway. Nearest airports, if you're into that kind of thing. High en route nav aids. You can clutter up your displays as much as you want. Cool. So that's that. So checklists. Flight plan uplink and ATIS is done. Cool.
Anti-skid.
Anti-skid test. So we'll go ahead and push the anti-skid test button here. And we're looking for anti-skid and test. Actually a mistake. I got to remove this OK here. I have a weird question for you. Not important at all. But here we go. When setting the wing views, etc. on different aircraft, I like to set up the views a little outside the cabin to get a clear view. Yes, without any window frames. Some add-ons. You go 1mm. Yeah, I know what you mean. Blowing your ears out. How's this in this add-on? Here you go. I do understand what you mean, Torbjorn M. You can get very close to the outer edge without. There we go. So this is about where the external blending starts, and you can see and get quite a clear view of the outside. And I'm sort of clipping through stuff. And no, it doesn't blow your ears out. There's a blending range. Same thing on the other side as well. Gentleman on the Scholar. Glad you like it. You're enjoying it. Cool. Anti-skid is tested.
Nose door.
Nose door. So if we had the airplane, usually what they do in home base There's a little switch over by the nose here, which allows you to open up the nose gear doors permanently on the ground for maintenance. And you'd have a red cast here for that. Since we want to make sure, and we're going to be powering up the hydraulics, we want to make sure nobody's by the nose door, because if they accidentally switched it off to close, as soon as you put hydraulics on it, the nose door is going to slam shut, and you don't want to have your fingers anywhere near that nose door when it comes crashing closed. Cool. Nose door is clear.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
There we go. Hydraulic 3A is powered now. It's going to pressurize hydraulic 3A system.
Brake pressure.
Looking for 3000 psi here on the inboards.
Parking brake.
Go ahead and mash the pedals down. Hold the parking brake lever. Green parking brake on. You can release the pedals here. And parking brake is set.
Nose door.
We want to make sure that the nose door switch has been placed in the closed position. So this is the red message is in there.
Hydraulic panel and pumps.
So, we'll... Actually, I forgot to... There's supposed to be a hint for that. Okay, I gotta take notes. Hydraulic panel, so we go like this. On. We want to make sure that all backup pumps, so the B pumps here are backups. All of them pressurized, good. And we'll put them back to auto and on. So basically all down is the normal flight condition. That's all tested.
Electric panel.
The electric panel will go ahead and check that we've got everything set up the way we want. So gens are off, battery master is on. If we had external power, we'd have this pushed in. AC/DC utility, that's
AC/DC utility switch.
As soon as we push this in or out, actually, that powers up the cabin utility functionality.
Start ignition panel.
That's over here. We don't want to have anything armed yet. No continuous ignition and stuff.
Fuel panel.
Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of hint images here. Really? Did my brain skip a beat? Hint image. Lamp test. Yeah, duct monitor. Database status. Flight plan uplink. Anti-skid nose door. Interesting. It's not showing the image. I gotta check that, why it's not doing it. We definitely should have had for fuel panel 24. Okay, I forgot to put that image in there. My. Let's see. So checklist images, flight compartment. Yeah, I gotta fix this. Stand by, folks. Stand by for just 1 second. This will annoy the hell out of me if I don't fix that right away. So 20 is the next one that has a thing on there. I'm gonna restart the checklist just quickly to complete everything with the images in place. 21, then 24 has an image. 28. 28, where are you? Here you are. 28. 29 and 30. 29 and 30 also has an item on there. Stand by just 1 minute, folks. Well, a couple of minutes probably. I'll get this thing on the road. 32. 3. I can show you what I'm doing. 33. 34. And 42 has an image with it. 42, 51. 53. 4. 5. 6, 7, 8. So 56 has an image. 7 has an image. Oh man, monitor went to sleep. 58. Oops, I didn't want to delete you like this. 58. Sweet. And 65 and 66. Yes, it's a long-winded checklist, but once you do it, you're basically ready to go. There's nothing much else you need to do. Okay, gonna quickly reload the airplane. No, that button. Quickly reload the airplane, and that's gonna take like 15 seconds, you'll see. Unless I messed up. I don't think I did. Cool. Here we are. Still all ready to rock and roll. I just gotta redo the checklist quickly.
Flight
So,
compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
yes, those are
Nav
done.
lights, logo light. Cockpit lights, lamp,
We'll
nose
advance to
door,
where I was missing stuff. Nose door is done.
hydraulic 3A pump,
Yeah, that's there.
brake pressure,
Looking for 3000 psi. That's what I do. Feel like the checklist still generally while I get used to the plane, and I mostly start ignoring them. Yeah, sure. I guess.
parking brake,
Your airplane. Parking brake is set.
nose door,
Closed.
hydraulic panel and pumps,
So here we go. This is what I was missing. So we do all the little tests there.
electric panel,
Check.
AC DC utility switch, start ignition panel, fuel panel,
This is a big test for the fuel panel. What you do is you do the double smiley test. So you'll do push, push, push. Looking for both coming on, 2 whites. Push. This interlocks the left to aux out. Push, push. Still running. Push this out. Now the right comes on because that's pushed in. Off, off, off. Everything goes out, and we get 2 yellows here. And a master caution.
APU LCV,
So APU LCV would be open,
10th stage isolation valve,
open.
packs,
We switch to packs on. We've already got them running. Late to the party. What's up? I just flying.
air conditioning panel,
So air conditioning, you can set your cabin mode. You want to make sure these are normal. Rammer is closed. Set your temperatures up to what you want them.
pressurization panel,
That's up here. We're going to be landing sea level. Standard temperature for now. All the rates. The rate knob here, you want to make sure you've got it on the pipper. On the little triangle there. Happy Pappy 82. Sorry about that. Bumping the mic here. Welcome aboard. And we can do a test of the fault lamp here. So we'll switch off the pressurization controller, switch it back on. Fault lamp comes on and goes out.
bleed air panel,
Bleed air. This is the state we want. You even got a picture on there.
supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel switch,
Yeah, we want to make sure that wing anti-ice. What? Switch is switched out. I gotta check why this is saying that. I'm waiting to get a breath for this. So this off button, we want to make sure that it's not lit up and pushed out. Good stuff.
cal anti-ice switches,
So these, push these. Make sure we don't get any cautions. Push out. Done.
anti-ice panel,
So there's a bunch of tests on here. So easiest, wing anti-ice switches off, left and right heats are off, cal anti-ice switches are pressed out. Good. Windshield, we go ahead and shove these over to high. Push the test. Test all window panes. Make sure that they're heating. Switch them all off, and we'll get 4 messages. That's expected. And we'll also go set the probes to on. Yeah, make sure that the probe can do a transatlantic. Yes, it can. Both of these come back on, and also the ice detector test. So here, this goes up into detector. We'll get amber ice, and then wing overheat test.
Wing overheat. Wing overheat.
What about Trans-Pacific? No. The flight range intel is 4,000 nautical miles. So Pacific is quite a bit larger than that. You want to do all the way trans-Pacific, I guess.
Emergency lights.
Oh, is your switch. On the first flight of the day, we'd go ahead and switch them on. Make sure we got emergency lights on. On the day, or on a normal flight, just go arm.
Passenger signs.
On
ELT.
is armed.
Glare shield panel.
Just want to make sure that we've got no indications on here we don't expect. Or no, buttons falling out and stuff.
Crew and passenger oxygen.
Crew and passenger oxygen. So we'll check, first of all, we got enough oxygen in the tank here. 1800 psi. LA to Hawaii. Yes, that's perfectly doable. Happy Pappy 82. And crew oxygen. And I still got to put the little eye lens in there. Cat's eye. Over also on here, we want to make sure this is in normal, not an override. That'll drop the masks. Therapeutic oxygen is off.
DCU warning panel.
That's this guy here. We want to make sure we don't have the oral audio DCU inhibited.
CBR.
Hold it in test. How's the cabin looking? Pretty good.
Audio panels.
Here's the cabin. Oh yeah. It's a business jet. Working in lab? Not yet, but it will be. Audio panels. That's these guys here. We'll set them up the way you want. Talk on what you want. Mask boom stuff. Are the masks modeled? Yes, they are, Magic Eagles. The modeler who does the 3D hasn't put the pull out animation in yet, but you can actually throw them on your face and stuff. Luxury with wings, yes.
SPS system.
Now, this is an involved test if you want to do the SPS system test all the way correct. So we'll fire up the trims. We'll want to roll the trim all the way to nose down. Apparently that protects the elevator when you get like the stick pusher operating. Cool. And now we'll go ahead and disconnect the stab trim again. By the way, black box, the HUD should be collimated, which is to say it should be focused at infinity. When you move side to side, it shouldn't really move in your view. It shouldn't be stuck to the glass of the combiner. Anyway, full display, flight control synaptic page. There we go. Simultaneously hold SPS test left and right to and check for caution. Oh, right, you want to check both sides stall pusher protection pusher switches, right? So we'd go and kill this guy, get stall fail, put it up, goes away, fully down, stall fail, goes away, then SPS test, left and right, and check the caution message. That would be for the stick pusher if you still had it on there. Anyway, we'll hold the switches. I'm sorry, not the fire. These SPS tests, so stall protection system. You can test them individually, each of the yokes. So each of them has a stick shaker. Here's a stick shaker motor. Right side ain't shaken. And you've got your AOA indicator down here for the test, primarily. So you can see it sweeping through. You also get ignition A and B. Firing also for the right side. If we do a dual test, when both stall protection computers agree, we'll also get the pusher. So yokes are being pushed forward. And you can actually try and pull on the yoke here. I'm going to do it by pulling on my sides with my stick here. You can't overpower the pusher very well. What you can do is you can push your autopilot disconnect switch. That kills the stick pusher, so now you have control. If I let go, it goes back down. And there's also a G unload switch you can test, which lets you actually unload some of the stick pusher force. Not going to do all that. That requires a bunch of switches to be bound up.
Integrated standby instrument.
That's this fella here. Actually, probably should set the pressure that we've got at the airport, right? I'm gonna switch myself over to real weather as well. Hoping for some lovely Scottish weather. 1015. So 1015. Also on here. 1015. Stand by. Cool. And you can set it up such that you can have independent altimeters if you want. Will this document ship with the hints will? Yeah, absolutely. 1015.
Clock.
Clock, we got flight reset. Chrono ain't running.
EFIS, ICAS.
EFIS ICAS just looking for explainable indications on here.
Main landing gear bay overheat.
That is down here, so we're looking for. Switch it over to overheat.
Gear bay overheat.
Fail test. Good stuff.
TOS warning switches.
TOS warning is down here. We want to make sure we don't have any JITWIS overrides on, so any of the covers here are closed and the lights are out. And you can also do a test here of the TOS itself. If I hold it for a second, we'll do the brief TOS test.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear.
Wind shear.
Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Okay, just took a sip of my water here. Stuff.
Pitch and roll disconnects.
These we want to make sure they are stowed and in, or in and stowed, and you don't touch them because you'll rub off the paint on them, and that costs like $8,000 per sticker.
Ground spoilers.
Ground spoilers. We want to make sure that the switch here is an auto.
Thrust reversers.
So we'll go like this and make sure that the emergency stow push buttons are not in. We're talking about making the procedures available publicly for pre-purchase study review. The Pilsner. Hold it longer to do the full test. Petri Ron, I don't want to be sitting around here for a week. But yes, you can. Thrust reversers.
Thrust levers.
Yeah. So, thrust lever check. You'll want to push it all the way forward, back.
Engine speed switches.
That's these two guys. We want to make sure they're on.
Engine vibration check.
So, that's this. Looking for amber indications on the fan and N2.
Oral warning.
That's these guys. You push them to test 1, and then again, test 2, and then again. Yeah. And if you keep them there, and if you do this, I've showed this before, these are two independent ICAS, computers running their own sound generation. Normally they coordinate, make sure that only only one of them is talking. But if you do the test, they're done independently. So what you can end up with, if you just do 1, 2, they're gonna chat over each other. There's other, like Learjet Q400, mostly Honeywell Primus, some other versions there. Yeah. So you gotta basically push it once and twice in the same direction to shut the test off. There's plenty of aircraft that use Collins, but yeah, sure, I guess.
Smoke detector.
Smoke detector is down here.
Smoke.
Trims. Mock trim.
So there's a whole test procedure associated with these where you can go and test each of the, the trim actuation switches for each of the sides, and they are independent. We do simulate 2 fully independent yokes and all the good stuff. In fact, we do simulate the A and B sides separately if you want. But for now, I'm just going to go and there's also, you check the stab trim disconnects here. And all the other stuff.
Yaw dampers.
Just push the buttons. These 2 buttons as many times as you want. You can push them. That just turns on the yaw damper. when you want to disconnect the yaw damper manually if you want to. It shouldn't generally, this is a full mode yaw damper. You never need to disconnect it really after power on, but you do want to kill it. That's the way you do it. Push the button here, kills the yaw damper.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
That's these guys here. So we don't have any tuning inhibits turned on that we don't expect. Norm, left MFD, ICAS, norm, AFCS selector, whichever one you want to fly. Or if you have a fault with number 1 AFCS, you can use AFCS 2. IRS sources, norm, and norm. FMS3 norm.
IRS.
IRSs are aligned. We've got no IRS indication aligning here or here on the PFD. No IRS3 indication on the ICAS. We can also go into MFD data, display menu, IRS status. Says that mode is nav on all three.
CPDLC.
That's currently not simulated, but in here we wouldn't even log on, I guess. But that would be in the ATN menu if you had ATN CPDLC, or if you were in the FAA, this would be fans CPDLC. Cool.
TCAS.
TCAS. I'm gonna get rid of you. I'm also gonna get rid of you. TCAS would be, you can see over here, the way you can tell whether you've got TCAS displayed or traffic displayed is you get a blue TFC here. If you don't have traffic, it would say nothing, or in white TCAS off if you have TCAS off in general. TCAS test, fairly straightforward test to do. Just go to tuning here, go to ATC, click the button next to it, and that brings you to the extended menu. Push test here momentarily, and it's going to go traffic, give you the standard TCAS traffic test pattern.
TCAS system test OK.
And also you're going to get the test pattern on the HUD, which looks like that. Which is basically just the way that the HUD
TCAS
presents the
system
vertical speed
test
indication
OK.
there.
ATIS and clearance.
Well, we've got the weather clearance. We'll see that we've copied it, so we'll continue on.
FMS flight plan. Wind update. Perf.
Okay, so the flight plan we have programmed in. We got runway 23, Turnberry 3, alpha departure, and then there's a bunch of directs in the flight plan apparently. So, perf, flight plan. So actually we've got to go do perf first, because that gives us vertical position. Go to perf init. How much fuel do I have on board actually? 4,000 pounds. How much do I need? I'm gonna have to probably refuel. Here's the thing about BizJet ops. You don't generally have to fly minimal fuel. This is not an airliner. We don't really care about fuel burn all that much. Flight ID gets set automatically, or airframe edge creation, I guess not. It probably actually get question, Pilsner. I gotta fix that. The flight ID is set in over here. And yeah, I probably gotta fix that, so that it gets set when you initially create the airplane. Where was it? Where was I? Oh, right, perf. Perf init. So, I'm probably gonna refuel a little bit. I'm gonna call the fuel truck guys. And how much are we gonna fuel up? Let's say we'll put on an additional, we've got about 4,000 pounds on the airplane. You can switch this over to kilograms if you want, by the way. Shall I file it? Yes, please. I've got 4,000 pounds on the plane, and you can't trust these indications too much, but for the simple time, for now, I'm going to say that, yeah, I'm going to trust them. It's, what is the fuel density? It's 6.78 pounds per gallon, right? That put an additional 2,000 pounds on the jet. Yeah, we'll pump up an additional 300 gallons. So, put a preset, roll this guy up to 300 gallons. There's going to be a nicer GUI for this eventually, so don't worry about it. Enter. Start the pump. Now, this has only started up to pump. I still got to finish up. Gosh, I got to finish up this internal refuel defuel panel, the 3D version of it. I'm just going to bring up the 2D version of it, same panel. Turn on the panel, and I'll go open and open here, and we'll do a shut-off valve test. Everything closes, high levels come on. So release U, and the fuel truck's going to pump up the fuel. So I'm going to assume that we're going to have 6,000 pounds on board. This is a separate totalizer that only the FMS basically just uses current fuel flow to subtract from, instead of this being sensed fuel. Cool. And we're going to cruise with the sim brief, say probably flight level 400 or something like that. Yeah, flight level 400, so F400. Are we going to carry people? Yeah, I guess we're going to carry, oh yeah, we're going to have 800 pounds on board, so that's what, like 4 people? 100 pounds of bags, something like that. Honestly, it's not that important. Again, airline guys, you might be a little bit obsessing about the weights and stuff. On a bizjet, you know, you're going to carry 2 or 4 people really typically, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. So execute the change. Yes, yes, yes. It's being a little bit pissy. Unable to cruise. Really? What are you unhappy about here? That's probably too short of a trip. Okay, so I'm going to shorten this up. Can you select the amount of pounds, kilograms, so the fueling system does its own mass volume conversion, or do you need to do it yourself? Well, you kind of do it yourself, because the loader, I'm gonna go 360. It's not a very long trip. It's, yeah, 260 miles. Screw that. We're not gonna go that high up. And we're gonna have 360 is perfectly sufficient. That I'm gonna fly all that way forward. There we go. Now it's happy. Take off. And for that, I'm just gonna cheat and have a look at my weather, terminal weather view, what we've downloaded. And I'm just gonna copy the data in that I want. So, Unix 1015 is already pulled out of the EFIS. Wind 230 at 1 tree. This is an integrated performance computer directly in the FMS, so it's not like an Airbus where you need to punch stuff in from a separate source. You can just put in the raw data and it computes everything for you. And there's our V speeds. There's our weight limits. We can go all the way to max takeoff weight and our runway length required. Lead config will take off with leads on APU. We have both operable thrust reversers. Since I'm happy with this, I'm just going to go and send that. You can't overwrite these. If you want to set your own V-speed, you got to do it through the EFIS. So if I'm happy with what the FMS computes, I'm going to hit send here. They'll appear in magenta to mean that they are FMS source speeds, and that's that. Yeah. Set the aircraft up in kilograms and check the delivered liters from the fuel bowser. Yeah, sure you can. Well, I suppose. And I think they've actually finished fueling. Yeah, it's done. So I'm going to close you, and I'm going to depower, close the valves, depower everything. Does the CPU capture the keyboard input so you can type instead of clicking the buttons? ITG, because if you pop it out, you click into it, yes, you can type on a keyboard. Anyway, performance is completed. Okay, wind update. We can do a ACARS wind update. So we'll go flight plan wind update, send it off, and it'll do a that will push winds, fetch them from the ACARS system.
Takeoff data.
Takeoff data is set.
Avionics and charts.
Avionics, you can set up. You'd go through a whole, check that you've got the appropriate modes selected for guidance and display. You've got your navigating off FMS1. You've got your headings selected and stuff. I guess I should do the piloting thing, not just explaining thing. In Linux, of course, we get keyboard inputs everywhere. Yeah. So it's completed the data link flight, the flight plan data. So it's already modified the flight plan. We've got the winds in here. So if I'm happy with those, I'll just exact the change, and that's that. And in fact, For funsies, we're going to have a look at the charts. The FMS is auto-aware of our airport and everything in the flight plan, and it also knows our departure. It auto-picks the departure chart for me. As usual, Navigraph charts. Transition altitude is 6,000. In fact, we can go ahead and check that over here. There's a transition altitude notifier built in, and you see FL alert 60. So it knows that. In fact, I'm going to take synthetic vision on the left. Cottage control, blah blah blah. Runway 26. 530 feet climb, then 226 to Delta 226L. That'll be this guy here. Glasgow L will be 12 miles, then 2 miles further on is November. Yes, it is Navigraph. Yeah, and they auto-complete for you. You can browse through them if you want. If you can select your own charts. If you roll the small knob here, you can go ahead and select whichever chart you want. But implicitly, the thing is interlinked with the FMS, so it knows which departure you picked. It automatically picks the charts for you. So same thing on the destination here. You can select day-night mode. And here's a little funny thing is it's a feature because of, did you develop home aircraft alone or you have a team? The software was all written by me. And let's say if we have an approach chart selected, there's a funny thing that the Collins lets you do. You can go into what they call approach split mode. And now you'll see that I can't pan around the chart anymore. This is, by the way, the pan button. It says selection inactive. I can't pan around the chart, but what I can do is there's like 3 presets. If I roll the outer knob here, it rolls me through a bunch of preset views, so I can quickly refer to either a briefing strip, the profile view, or the minimums. And in fact, it automatically, when you go into Toga, or if you go around on approach, it automatically swaps you over to the briefing page here, so you can see the misapproach procedure. And not super mega useful, but it's there. And there's a feature in here that lets you, and when I've got the chart popped out, I'm probably going to make it also in the 3D version. When you right-click mouse button here, and then drag around your mouse, this is basically pulling the joystick here for you. And also, mouse in and mouse out does the zoom in and zoom out. There's only 2 levels of zoom, unfortunately. That's the way the Collins works. I don't know why, but that's what they decided. Okay, so here's the departure airport. Anyway, avionics charts, blah, 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 all that stuff.
Flight instruments.
Flight instruments you'd set here. Also, one more thing. Are there any speed constraints on the departure? Nope, nothing. And I'm assuming the initial climb constraint is going to be 6,000, so don't worry, black box. This is accelerated, so if you want to roll up to very high levels, you can just, you see I've already rolled to almost 20,000 feet, so it does accelerate a decent amount. Bring your PPL that you speak on. Does this pretty much ruin all other planes in X-plane? Well, hopefully not KJ. Also, initial speed on the Challenger. So there's the departure procedure is a little bit different. It's not like it doesn't have an SRS. So initially there's a fixed pitch target of 12.5 degrees, and then you can go either into pitch hold or flight level change. Anyway, I've got the initial heading set. Speed 200, initial up to 6,000. Cool. As a whole procedure, blah 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 blah. All explained there.
Departure briefing.
We go and brief our little departure, what we're going to do.
Emergency procedures.
Emergency procedures, you guys know that if there's anything wrong with the airplane, I don't want to hear about it unless it's something you want to scream about, in which case scream.
Pins, covers, chocks.
So, pins and covers, I got to still implement. Chocks, we can quickly pull out of the menu here. They're also going to be clickable on the ground there. I'm going to see what is possible and embarrassing for a lot of companies. I guess. Cool.
Cabin lights, water heaters, master seat.
This is just, so the reason why this item is here is because the pilots accomplish this flight compartment checklist usually about an hour before the passenger arrives. So they'd go back here and set up the entertainment system, set up the master seat, whichever one of the seats always in the cabin is designated as the master seat, which is the one that's going to get your basically priority for controlling the cabin environment, water heaters, stuff like in the galley and stuff. You know, generally not really don't care about that myself.
Flight compartment checklist complete.
Okay,
Engine start checklist next.
so this whole ordeal here, once you get used to it and you know, just follow the procedure, you can get it done in about 10 minutes, probably less than that. It's just the reason why it took so long is because I was just yapping here a lot. Anyway, let's go flying. Next one is before start. So, again, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to set up anything. I'll just follow the checklist.
Engine start checklist. Doors.
Doors, no door cast.
Closed. Parking brake and pressure.
And so I've
Checked and set. Fuel quantity and balance.
You'll see over here it says check 1 action or 2 action. You see that's where it becomes very natural, really. The 1 and 2 actions here, what they mean is when it says 1, it's expecting me to do something, and when I've done it, it automatically advances. When it says 2, it is going to do it on its own and complete it on its own. In fact, I think I turned that a functionality. Oh, okay, still got it there. And when it says check, then it's basically waiting for me to manually advance the checklist, or basically tell it, I've looked at it, I'm happy. So on the ground, we need to be within 400 pounds of each other on the tanks, and we are good.
Beacon.
Beacon, this is, again, it's waiting for me to do the action. So when the general checklist design is, when the airplane's not moving, I do the stuff. When the airplane is moving, first officer does the stuff. So, beacon.
On. Fuel boost pumps.
Again, it's waiting on me to do it, and it'll advance on its own.
On. Ignition.
What's the day today? It's the 9th, so we'll call it an odd day.
Armed. Engine 2 start.
So, I'll bring this up. You guys want sounds? I'll give you sounds. You can actually just reduce the external audio if you want that, if it's too loud for you. But ideally, you'd want to have your, by the way, the sound sliders and X-Plane, you want those all level. You don't have to have them all, at full, but you want them all on level, except for the master, I guess. And this means that the noise profile of the aircraft is, or the sounds are properly mixed in relative proportion to each other, so you don't get stuff weirdly, some stuff being louder than the other stuff. So, let's imagine we're standing here in front of the aircraft, and we're just going to roll them. We're going to spool them. To do the start, it's a fairly simple affair. Push the button, and when it's got enough N2 and stuff, grab the fuel in. So, there's again a whole procedure for it. So, let's go. We have the sound up sufficiently. Oh yeah, it's going to be loud. Headphone users, warning, it's going to get loud. So, number 2 start.
Fuel system.
Okay. Fuel system check. Fairly straightforward. Switch this guy. Well, we can switch both of them off. Left and right fuel pump, and we're looking for the left fuel low pressure. That checks the check valve in there. There it is. So that's checked.
Engine 1 start.
We'll just repeat together.
Engine start checklist.
Cool. So enough. Your explosions are done. So, will the auto FO recognize this, or does it just look for the button, press nothing else? Call me Nick. The auto FO is basically just for. Usually, it's mostly for normal operations. So if you want, you know, full failures and stuff, you probably want to have a separate pilot who actually does that for you. We will eventually add support for shared flight, so there will be shared flight compatibility. For learn challengers, there were 2 challengers here next door. When it would start up over next door building would vibrate with that low hum. Love it. Yeah. 246. Yes. And we're looking for 246, about the first digits here. 400 roughly pounds or 200 kilograms free fuel flow. Release this puppy. Yes, sir. We will, don't worry. So, after start checks.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
Oh. Go ahead and switch these over. 1 is checked.
On, checked AC and DC.
Yeah, we'll also check
Ignition.
the DCs. Okay. Hey, CL650 pilot. I think I remember you doing this not too long ago.
Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. Cowl anti-ice.
I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna skip these. These are first light of the day checks, and
Flight control.
it's gonna take forever, and I'm never gonna get to our destination. So just do a quick flight control test. You also want to check for correctness, by the way. Will the Challenger support shared airframes similar to the TBM? Probably not quite in the same way. Jacob Singer. Also rudder. Check right and left. Actually, you got to check all the way to full deflection. Because we do have failures where you can do things like, what's flight control? 27, right? 27. You could have incorrectly rigged up control cables. And you can simulate it was a Challenger or was it an Embraer over Spain that flew with like crossed up cables. So clear those out. It was an Embraer. Well, you can simulate that here as well if you want. So flight controls have been checked.
Prompt cowl
skip
anti-supplemental
those.
fuel balance.
Within 400 pounds is checked.
Trims.
Trims will set you up, actually, because I've got that set. Watched a bit about that, very scary. That's the trim clacker for continuing trim, for continuous operation of the trim. Yeah, cool. Rudder is a little bit out of center. Good, ailerons are centered, good stuff. Reset for takeoff.
No steer. Armed. APR.
APR test. 1. APR test okay. Number 2. APR 2 test okay.
ADG unit.
It's back here. Light goes out after 2 seconds. Good.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
I'm gonna skip that. That's the first flight of the day check. Skip.
ATS.
ATS. We'll just go ahead and push toga on here.
TO. ATC TCAS.
I'm gonna disable the flight directors for now. ATC TCAS. Go to tune.
Alt on.
There we go.
After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Now, once I start moving the airplane, the first officer is basically going to do most of the setup for me. So I basically just look left and right. Am I happy with everything? Taxi light on. And we're going to taxi. We're going to be on runway T3. So, yikes. I thought of like on an Airbus at least that would be checked for, but yeah, interesting. I can go ahead and switch this over to ICAS, put it on both PFDs. That'll compress the ICAS at the top of the screens, and then I can bring up charts on my side, which means I can now have a little taxi chart. So we're going to go Juliet, Alpha, to runway 23. So, feet on the brakes. Looking good, yeah. Brakes off. And anybody who's still standing in our way is going to get rolled over and crushed. So let's go. Brakes off. Check my steering. So there's my steering tiller. I can check my brakes. We're good. So let's go. Give it a little bit of gas here. Get rolling. Generally, you don't really need very much thrust. And so now that I'm rolling, the taxi checks are completed almost completely by the first officer. It's only prompting me for some settings if I'm happy with them the way they are. So it's really just asking me to confirm that they are where I want them to be. I'll just wait until I'm sort of on a great piece of path, and so I'll just tell it to start the taxi checks.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Now it's just asking me, am I happy with the way they are set up for the current state? Yeah, sure.
Brakes and steering.
Yes, I have checked those.
Reverse thrust.
I could do those. That's first flight of the day check. I'll just quickly go reverse. We've got green reverse. Stow to reverse. And I pushed ATS disconnect once, or ATS, yeah, the ATS disconnected. Get back to N1TO. Fly the CL650 IRL. I don't. We do have people or any other real flying. I do have a private pilot's license, but it's only a weekend warrior deal.
If taxiing the de-ice, pause checklist here until a paper de-ice checklist is complete.
So we're not going to de-ice, so let's continue on.
Flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-checked. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing.
Again, it's asking me to review the takeoff briefing.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
Didn't have to do any setup. All I had to do was confirm stuff, pretty much. And there we go. Now we just taxi on. I guess give it a little bit too somehow slow. Or is one of my brake pedals sticking again? Quickly check. Actually, crosswinds. No, they're not. One of them is a little bit screwy there. Let me just fix that up quick. Okay. Yeah, perfect. It's well, I'm an engineer by heart, so I kind of enjoy when the airplane is doing the right thing. And I'm just going to steer with rudder pedals here because it's easier. I do have a separate tiller bound up, but I'm currently doing it with, I do have pedals as well. And for gentle turns, its pedals are better. Because the steering tiller is fairly, it goes up to 55 degrees full deflection, so when you start, getting accurate steering, it gets a little bit tricky. Cool beans. So, alpha here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the chart. Take my ICAS over to full mode view. And in fact, on here, I'm going to swap that guy over to the departure chart. And as we come close to the hold short, which is over there, this is the ILS hold short. So let's say we've got lineup clearance. So I'm just going to tell my first officer to continue the checklist.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision light. On. Probes. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Just asking me whether I'm happy with them the way they are. Yes, I am.
Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice beam. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
This is a check that both pilots have to confirm, so that's why it's asking me. I want to make sure that I'm seeing takeoff config OK on my side. Yes.
Landing, pulse, recog lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete.
And there we go.
After takeoff checklist next.
I didn't really have to set up anything. So I'm just going to go toga on the switches here to give me takeoff guidance. Now I'm going to arm LNAV and VNAV. So we got LNAV 1 armed, and we've got VNAV armed. That'll Basically just keep the constraints if you have any. Brakes off. On a Challenger, you can go, you know, push throttles forward and then ATS on, or you can just go APU stays on. Yes. Generally, usually they use APU, yeah. Or you can just go ahead and push the ATS on, and we are looking for 89.5 on the ATS today. There we go, 89% is achieved, so thrust is set, 80 knots, and 1 hold. There was already V1 and rotate, that was fast. We're kind of asleep or something. I can rotate into the initial pitch cue here. Positive rate, gear up. Feet, actually 240 feet or however when LNAV engages. I could operate so when you go out of toga mode, it switches you over into pitch hold. I can use my little sync button on the yoke there to synchronize up the flight directors to where I want them. Out there is good. We are above target speed here, +5, so I can go ahead and tell the first officer to select flaps 0. And since I've reached 200 knots, the auto throttle has speed captured. I'm just going to go and engage autopilot, and I'm going to go flight level change 250. And the airplane's navigating on the departure, as you would expect. There's our TOC initially up to 6,000. And we are in cloud, I guess, so anti-ice on. Cool. Leveling off initially at 6. Yeah, I mean, we're fairly light. You put a bunch of fuel on the thing, it'll... Use me sync button. Yeah, you put a bunch of fuel on the thing and it'll take the teeth right out of the climb performance. Anyway, after takeoff checks. So, I'm going to take this out of there so you can see.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition.
Now the first officer is doing a transition over engine bleeds.
Completed. N1.
Off
Climb
my
set.
thrust
APU
target.
generator. Off. APU. Shutdown. Passenger signs.
And now it's asking me, am I happy with the way the passenger signs are right now? We can release the cabin, we can leave them sitting down. I'm just going to go into, how about we set it over to auto. I'm happy. CAS check. It's asking me to check whether the CAS is the way I want it. Basically, we are out of the clouds here, so I'm going to shut everything off. CAS is clear.
After takeoff checklist complete.
And that's it. Now I can go ahead and do my little stuff I want. So let's go all the way up to our cruise altitude, which is 360 if I remember right. So let's go. Normally the guys usually they don't fly with VS for whatever reason. They apparently deemed it too dangerous. But what we can do, sometimes what they do also is they'll disable the ATS. They'll go to flight level change. They want to avoid having, currently in VLV because there's a vertical constraint here at this leg. But, yeah, actually let's leave it, you know what, I'm going to leave it in ATS. I'm going to show you automatic VNAV climbing. Well, let's say we've got cleared up to whatever, climb up. As soon as we pass a beam, constraint here, I'm going to say, it's going to beep at us twice. Actually, the constraint is all the way up to Turnberry. Well, it's going to be a while. No speed protection in VS. Yeah, that's true. Alright, we're already at the transition altitude, so let's go standard. And also standard up here. I'm just gonna leave it. You'll see how it behaves when it doesn't a constraint clear. I can bring up constraints for you to see. We go to display menu, altitudes, and speeds if you want, but ETAs as well. Currently we got a constraint all the way up to Turnberry. Just gonna leave it and you'll see what happens. Oh, that's a long constraint though. I'm gonna be here for a little bit. We can put on the headset for the time being. But we got a little bit of quiet in our heads. In fact, I can turn off the landing lights. Man, that's gonna take a while until we get there, isn't it? ETA is 06, so we got 4 minutes until we get to Turnberry at 6,000. They really don't want you climbing, do they? And then 70 miles later, we were expecting top of climb. Light jet, a lot of power. You'll see what a flight level change climb looks like when it just slams the throttles forward into full climb thrust on a lightweight. It's going to be quite traumatic. And we could obviously still check that we're on the SID and stuff. We always get continuous climb. ATC are pretty helpful. Yeah, I know. I just want to demonstrate the functionality. That looks very good. Yeah, Gordon is finishing up the 3D mesh in the coming days. So I currently only have the combiner glass on there. But yeah, that is what the actual HUD looks like. It's supposed to be focused at infinity, meaning even if I'm slightly misaligned with the HUD, the horizon doesn't shift around. It's not stuck to the glass, it's projected beyond the glass, so it's sort of at infinity, and the glass is simply a viewing port into the HUD space, so to speak. Are conditional waypoints supported? Yes, they are. ITGBus. So yes, when you things like a climb to an altitude, it will actually shift the waypoint around until you match that altitude, and as soon as you do, it will immediately sequence. Same thing for, radial crossings and that kind of stuff. Yeah, the FMS here is essentially feature complete. Almost, I'd say pretty much like the real deal. As close as I could get it, I guess, or close. I'm kind of run out of features to put in there, to be honest. Now what you'll see is it'll sequence the next leg a little bit early, but it will not start the climb until the airplane is exactly abeam the waypoint. So even though it will sequence to the next leg, and the constraint here is going to disappear. In fact, let's go to... Actually, no, I do have VNav on. Even though the constraint is going to disappear from the legs, it's still going to keep that constraint also in here. It's going to keep that constraint on the PFD and on the HUD until we clear completely past abeam that waypoint. And it's going to, when we get to within 1 minute of the waypoint, it's going to show a white BOC down here, bottom of climb, notify you, hey, we're about to start climbing on its own, on our own, because there we go, BOC right there, also BOC on here, VALT, flight level change armed, because I've got VNav enabled, and that means it's automatically allowed to climb whenever you set up the altitude preselector higher. If I left this at 6,000, the preselector will not climb, obviously. But since I've rolled it up, it is going to be, I've basically given it clearance to climb up as soon as we clear that constraint. So, 10 seconds to sequence. There's sequence. You'll see it's still holding 6,000. Still not there. All aboard, going up. Yes, sir. I'm gonna turn off the headset here so you can hear it. 5 seconds to bottom of climb. Flight level change, 250. Engines are gonna run up. And here we go. Upstairs we go. Get to 10,000, it's going to sequence on. Actually, I forgot to set my climb speed higher. In this airframe, I apparently haven't done it. Oh, I did. Oh, right, I didn't enable FMS speed control. There we go. So now it's going to go to the designated climb since we cleared the restriction. And one more. Yeah. Yeah, that's why they don't do it in real life. That's what it looks like to have a vertical speed of 65 knots. Yeah. It's some weird heritage. Vroom. And yeah, when you generally wouldn't do that, especially if you got people, you know, facing back and all of a sudden they're getting pulled out of their seat forward. Which is why the way they do the climb actually is they'll disable the ATS, give it into flight level change, and then gently advance the power up until it's like 10 degrees nose up, and then they'll keep it there just to make it a little bit more comfy. Because that lightweight's this thing. Yeah, she ain't taking no prisoners. You can already see the whole flight plan. Hello, the Matthew. So yeah, and as you can see, once I'm in basically moving the airplane, I don't really need to touch anything here, or just, you know, maybe just set up stuff that I want for my displays, but that's about it. Generally can focus as the pilot's flying, just on flying. Also, another thing is the CL650 has some sort of soft go-around mode, otherwise it's going to be brutal. Yeah, ITG was unfortunate. Yeah, it doesn't. It's actually, yeah, it's just, in fact, the go-around mode. So the auto thrust is capable of going to go-around power and one GA, but it is or N1TO is actually going to say here. But the go-around procedure, I can show at Shannon what a go-around was going to look like, and there's actually also the first officer is going to automate the steps for a go-around. Yes, you can set a conservative TGT, I guess, yeah, for a moderate go-around. Yes, go-around demo in Shannon then. The first officer also helps you with the go-around, because the go-around is completely manual, so as soon as you push the toga button on a go-around or in flight, that disconnects the autopilot, and then you're supposed to disconnect the auto throttle as well and set the power that you want the way you want it. You can pack away the HUD if you don't want it there, obviously. You fly manually. Yes. I guess you can fly a little bit more conservatively if you want, but... So, here's another thing I did with the audio authoring. How loud is it? If I go into the cabin. Oh, it's fairly loud, I guess. So it's a little bit quieter in the cabin, I guess, now. And as soon as I get, yeah, when I get out of the cockpit here, basically takes the headset off because, well, headset's tethered to the airplane, right? And you got it hooked up. Oof, stiff headwind here. What do we got planned? Leg wind, yeah, pretty much. 240, we're flying at almost a direct headwind. When you're in LNAV mode, you don't even have to have the half bank selected manually. The LNAV system automatically goes to shallow banks whenever it sees that it can. So when the turn is fairly shallow, it doesn't need to do a lot to realign. It will try and do a gentle turn. You barely can even see that it's turning. But it automatically goes into half bank anyway when you're above 31,600 feet. Did I have a star on my flight plan? I think I did, didn't I? Yes, Diga to Delta, Digan to Delta. So we can do a little bit of flight planning while we're en route. Just gonna FD advance, next, Digan. That's gonna give us a more accurate see. So it's a wanting to do a top of descent. It's wanting to do a top of descent here by NIMAT because it's such a short route. Probably when I put in a star, it's gonna lengthen up a little bit. So next. And when I go and select a star, it was Digan to Delta. Enter. Yeah, that's delayed the top of descent a little bit. Move it out of NIMAT forward or down track a little bit. 48,200 pounds. Yes, the boost. Like 21 tons or something like that. What sort of approach we want to do? You guys, let me know. Airplane's capable. Well, we've got only ILS and VOR channel apparently, so gonna be conventional. We get a visual. 20,000 captain crash out of that can be fuel. You can pump up to 20k in here. No, it's a lot bigger than a Phenom 300 to boost. As you can see, at high altitude, the flying performance does take a bit of a hit. It ain't quite so sprightly anymore. Yes, it's a full stand-up cabin, so this is 6 feet, like 2 inches or something. So a 6-foot person can get up, and most importantly, it's quite wide. So it has quite the capability of various mission layouts. So it's not just a pure business jet. Rega uses this as a medevac plane, so you can put 2 full beds with passenger seating as well, and like, you know, medical stuff and equipment in there, and you're still not going to have a full cabin. In fact, Rega has, I remember, Rega has a kind of a weird layout. They've taken the galley, and their galley is back here where the toilet is on a business layout. So they've put the galley in here, and instead they've put their toilet up basically here, and then over here they've got a full bed essentially. Well, I guess a narrow bed, but a bed for a 3rd crew member, so that they can do fairly long missions. Conventional to fully demonstrate the go around FO anyway. Yeah, sure. Do we want a VOR or do we want a... No, hang on. We want to do an ILS, right? That way we get to do conventional nav to nav transfer as well. Ooh, portion is going to be special handling on the ground. NDB. Well, there ain't no NDB there, so that ain't gonna happen. But yeah, you can go ahead and fetch weather. Is black box still here? Gonna be something that you're gonna enjoy. We have a full simulation of VHF data link radios. 1,000 feet to go. Cancel the alert here so it doesn't blink at me. Popular option from the 90s. Most people don't want the galley in the back because noise of clinking plates. Yeah, maybe. So we've got a full simulation of VHF data link radio, and currently we are linked up in ATN comm. So we are in VDL mode 2, linked up to Dublin station, 68 miles away, running at a data rate of 16 kilobits per second. So if I go ahead and do a weather request, it's going to run over VHF data link radio. And if I had SATCOM only, it can run over SATCOM. We want to go and fetch weather at our destination, EINN. Go. It's going to be pretty quick. VHF data link is fast. Oh, VDL mode 2, rather. 23.6 knots, so it's going to be runway 24 for approach, probably. Most likely. There's Shannon Station. 160 nautical miles away, just barely within range. Minus 97 dB. And this, yes, this is actually terrain aware. So, for instance, Manchester. Well, the UK is kind of flat, so it doesn't really... And Ireland are kind of flat. Let's see, do we have anything with a little bit more pizzazz? ADZ, perhaps? Yeah, not really all that much terrain in the way. Do you have a rough estimate of the operating costs? Not really. Anyway, flight level 360, Mach 0.8 is what I have set for speeds. We'll rock and roll. And above 316 is automatically going into half bank. Generally about $5,000 to $7,000. Well, that's the price they asked the customer for, right? The running cost probably going to be lower, but yeah. Will 4 cores at 4.3 run this? Old fly guy, minimum quad core config is what we support, so yes, it should. Anyway, ILS24. So just for funsies, I'm going to go and no, I want to bring up my little charts and arrival. This is the arrival. So we'll come into Digan 80 or above, Pogono 60 or above, Dirac 3000 or above, max 220. If you have to ask, you probably can't afford it. Yeah, maybe. I'm not going to comment on that. Cool, so Dirag, I'm pretty sure, which means we're going to come into ILS24. Yes, Dirag, right there. So we could just go ahead and straight shot it. Yeah, we're going to have some water, please. Thank you. If you care, you can't afford it. Yeah, so ILS24, there's no other transition. Digan, Ogono, 6 or above, Dirac, 3 or above, 220, Rosno, runway 24. So it's already linked it up nicely for me. I bring it down here. Yeah, Dirac, Rosro, runway 24. And I can go in here in the display menu, and I can go and show the misapproach if we want to check that. And misapproach is, misapproach here, approach. So misapproach climb straight ahead, and then 012, climb at 4,000, so 4,000 or above there at NN 012, 4,000 actually exactly, and then it's the right direct Shannon, 220 max speed into misapproach, and there's no holes in it. Yeah, there's no holes in the misapproach, so if we were to do some sort of a hold, we'd have to do that basically. However, ATC ordered us to. The airplane obviously can do any holds you want, so if you want to do, sure, go ahead and mess with your holds. Actually, no, I want to first confirm my edit here. Let's say we want to hold at dub, then I can go and mess around with that as well. Actually, let's bring up my memory function here. Previous. There we go. So you can edit your holds and mess around with them if you want. Thank you. More wave of your flight Dublin. Ah, thank you. Cool. Appreciate the wave. So we're quickly approaching our top of drop. Top of descent is just before Dublin. So just to confirm our approach stuff, take it out of charts. Gonna go into my arrival info here. Field elevation is 46 feet, so that's essentially sea level. We don't have to do anything on the altitude pre-selector. Pressurization wise, they've got a pressure of 1019. Since unfortunately this pre-selector here only operates the barometric subscale is only in inches, I'm gonna have to use my did the yoke move while the autopilot is on? Yes, it will. Absolutely. The autopilot steers with the yoke. Yes. So 1019, I'm just going to use this as a conversion scale. So 3010. So that's about a little bit higher. So about there. It's not all that important, to be honest, though. Yeah, Patreon, you'll see it steering just fine. In fact, if you went ahead and disconnected the roll and pitch axes here with these handles, you'd see that the autopilot still steers with roll on the right and pitch on the left because the servos are split. So there are two separate cable corridors. Let's see. The failures you see over here, there are two separate cable corridors for the flight controls. And the aileron servo, let's see, is auto flight 22. Aileron servo is over here on the right cable corridor, and the elevator servo is on the left corridor. It's not quite obvious, but it's on the left side, only rigged up. So if you split them here, that means you're gonna get split controls. Cool. So take this over at a star. Star says 80 or above at Daigen. Pogono 6 or above. And Durac 3000. We have a transition flight level. What do they say? Transition level is by ATC. Well, good to know. And probably 6,000 or maybe 5,000, something like that. I know Ireland is fairly flat. So if we don't have a number for that in the database, we're going to have to enter that ourselves. As we start coming down the approach, I'm going to do that. And in fact, one more thing, I'm going to already preset my approach data. Actually, no, we'll leave it, do it with the checklist. I'm going to demonstrate that you can actually be completely lazy and just follow the checklist to the letter. Message. Check altitude select. We are within 1 minute of top of descent, and I haven't lowered the altitude pre-selector, so we have not allowed the airplane to descend yet. So it's telling us, hey, you want to descend. If we pass it by, it will not descend. So I'm going to say I'm going to authorize the descent here by rolling the pre-selector down. And now it's armed path. V-alt is current altitude hold. And as soon as the snowflake here, they call it, comes down and meets us, it's going to start coming down. So let's say I'm going to clear ourselves down to... Also, another thing you'll see, once we start coming down, I'm going to set it up to flight level 120. Top of descent, 5 seconds. Snowflake coming down. V-path. And the engine's going to spool back. Engines are coming back to keep the speed here. I've got my speed. You initialize that. If you go, whenever you're anywhere in any menu, when you push perf, it takes you first to the thrust limiter page. Push it again, it takes you to master perf menu. The thrust limiter page is just a sub page on here, but it's so frequently accessed, they've made it the default for the button. And when you go to VNAV setup, you'll see we've already switched to page 3 of 3. You've got one page per phase: VNAV climb, cruise, and descent. And here's when you set up your speeds. And in fact, hey, see it's doing a gentle 12-degree turn here. But once we're actually inside of the star, let's see, is this still part of the star? No, not yet. Once you're inside of the star, it will start actually banking to the full 25-degree bank limit, because it considers it to be, where internal guidance, so you want to stick to the path pretty close. Highest peak in Ireland is about 3,000 feet. Yeah, I figured it was going to be like 40 or something like that, fairly low. So let's say we're going to go with flight level change. We can actually probably guess it from the departure SIDS, but I'm not going to bother, messing about. So we just passed over Dublin. Bob, hey, to Mattia. Check it out, white contrails. Ain't that a thing? And you'll notice, even with 3% 3-degree downslope, so that's what I've got set up. You can change it if you want. We still got to keep a little bit of power on. That's because the Collins only does angular descents. It doesn't know how to do an idle descent. It doesn't do idle level offs. So instead, what it does is it basically just pulls the power back. So it has to have a little bit of positive thrust on to be able to control speed. Still got 80 knots of headwind, which means slowing down ain't gonna be a problem because we don't really have all that much kinetic energy. We're only going 384 knots on the ground speed, so not very fast. And the Matthew, thanks for following. We'll have these guys close up for extra quietness. And you just heard the wah 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 wah. That's because the engines are slightly out of sync. The ATS does automatic N1 sync, but they were just a little bit off, so it's got to pull the levers back together. We'll bring it over here. You see they were a little bit out of line, so it's going to realign them. And at low power settings, below 79% N1, it actually they sometimes need to be a little bit split, just because the EN2s might not exactly match. Look at a Forbes magazine in the cabin with my face on it. Maybe. How steep can it go? Not much steeper, Petrie Ron. It's 3 degrees is almost an idle descent. You want to get it, reasonably close to idle, such that you're not burning a bunch of fuel, but at the same time you don't want it to be so little extra power that you cannot control speed. So it's a bit of a fine balancing act. Maybe 3.5 degrees would be completely idle, 3.4, but not much more than that. Transition flight level 60. Thank you. I was just about to code that in. So let's bring up the checklist here for approach, or for the descent, right?
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
And it's asking me to basically just confirm it. Shoulder harness is checked.
Passenger signs.
Passenger signs, we can go ahead and we can leave them in auto for now, or we can switch them over to on. Our choice.
Pressurization.
Pressurization, we just check that we've got our descent landing field elevation set, barometric subscale set, and the rate control is on the pipper, and also that the cabin is descending, in fact. So if we were landing at a higher elevation than 3,900, say, it would stop there and would just keep that cabin pressure. But since we're landing at sea level, we expect to see about 300 to 400 feet per minute down on the cabin altitude, and pressure delta P slowly decreasing.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Fuel quantity, we got good. We got 4,000 pounds. This is 2 hours of flying, plenty, and we need to be within 800 pounds in flight, or 360 kilos. And for taxi and takeoff, landing 400. So if we needed to rebalance fuel, we would do it generally. You do it through the crossflow system here, and we go left to aux. That allows the fuel to drain from the higher fuel tank, which is, you know, we got about 300 pounds extra in the left tank. We bring up the fuel system debug, bring up the transfer page. I push the left to aux button. That opens up this valve and allows the left wing tank to drain under gravity into the center here, center tank. So we're basically just pushing fuel into the center, and then once we've got more or less about balance, you're supposed to keep an eye on this with timers and stuff. And there's an automatic transfer system here with jet pumps that evacuates the center tank and pushes it out into the wings. So it'll basically, higher tank goes into the center, and the center gets equally redistributed back to the wing tanks. And that's the way that works. Cool. Yeah, close enough. Not gonna bother with it. Generally, these buttons, they don't even touch unless you need to in flight. You don't just, you know, mess around with them, because if you get a stuck valve, then you're gonna be up, you know, you can actually be looking at a genuine emergency. The fuel quantity imbalance, 300 pounds, close enough.
FMS landing data charts.
Alrighty, so FMS setup we've got completed. So we've got our arrival set and approach set. Landing data, go in here, go to push it again, go to approach menu, and I'm just going to copy in the data we've got on the weather. So we've got 230 at 6 at EINN. It's already pre-filled the runway that we're going to be approaching, but if we want to change the runway, we can. Say, for instance, we want to be approaching runway 06, we can. So anything that is small type is auto-computed. Or we could literally just put in any runway we want, an arbitrary runway. So say, for instance, you don't even have to select, you know, the airport and stuff. Let's say that we're approaching at a runway of some sort that is 9,000 feet, or in fact, you can even use meters, 2,500 meters long. And you can even set up your own pressure altitude. Say for instance, the airport is at 2,500 feet, and you'll say that we've got a headwind of 5 knots. And that's all still perfectly valid, and it's going to compute as soon as I put the temperature in, which is 12 degrees. It's going to compute a set of V-speeds and landing distance. But for the time being, I'm just going to go for the auto data. So feet or meters, whichever one you prefer. And I'm going to automatically pre-fill the pressure altitude from the QNH and stuff for the airport. So QNH actually over there is 1019er. 12 degrees is matching. Headwind is 6, left crosswind 1, minus 116 degrees pressure altitude. And our auto-computed actual landing distance is 731 meters out of a 3,000 meter runway. And you can also go set your, if you want a higher buffer factor here for a landing factor, you can factor that up to make sure that you've got enough. I'm happy with that. The landing data is set. Charts. You'd go and select your charts if you didn't already. And I'm going to bring it up over onto the star chart here. Taxiway Alpha, thank you. Yeah, which one's Alpha? Alpha, there we go. Yeah, plenty of runway for that. Charlie, not a chance, but Alpha, not a problem. Where's GA parking, by the way? Now here, I guess. If I'm general aviation, where would I park? Or would I go to, like, this remote pad? Also landing data, since I'm going to go into perf here, VNAV setup, I'm going to say flight level 60 is my transition altitude. Execute. All this does is it gives me an automatically filled in check. Oh, you shouldn't have started blinking at me, dude. That's the thing I gotta fix. It's going to automatically give me a flight level alert at 60 if I forget to change my altimeter. It's going to start blinking at me. The set where D1 meets the ramp. Okay, so here or Yeah, probably here, right? Okay, cool. There's a private parking operator over at East Parking for a jet. This here? I guess we're going to taxi around a bit. Alpha, Delta 1 Echo 3. No, Alpha, Echo 3, I guess. How would you get there? Earn money at Toto's bank account, but nothing happens. Anyone know what I'm doing wrong? We're doing it too early. Soon though. %65%. You see it's starting to slow down. So it's starting to pull back on the power and decelerating. That's probably because of the 10,000 foot, yeah, that's 10,000 foot 250 speed restriction. Instructions unclear, we should say evidence. Unix 82, Darren. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Hope you're going to enjoy your stay. There we are, just peeking out from behind that chart. You can see it started about 5,000 feet before we get to 10,000. It's going to start decelerating. Not sure how well the scenery is, but it's on Delta 1 H to get East Parking. Icing. Total air temp +9. Yeah, we're going to be fine. We're not going to have icing. Actually going to roll this down. You'll see over here it says currently Alt S or altitude select. If I roll it below 8,000, since I'm in VNAV mode, I'm going to change to Alt V. So it's going to constrain the descent at the VNAV altitude descent. So if we're not going to hit, if we're below profile significantly, it's going to stop at that 8,000. So it's going to basically keep this constrained. Got an FB or private ramp though. We'll see. Actually, +8. Not too bad though with the icing though. Pretty sure we're gonna be fine. So, did we complete the checklist actually? We didn't. Oh my. So landing date and charts are set. Approach briefing. Not 67. Welcome aboard. Hope you can enjoy your stay. Approach briefing. It's going to be ILS. ILS 24. Oh, right. I forgot to set up something. I forgot to set my minimums. We're going to refs here. Roll this down to barrel minimums. And we're going to do an ILS Cat 1, right? So it's going to be full. Minimums is 215. So I'm going to roll this up to 220. So it goes in 10. Since it goes in 10. Push the select button to arm it, and there we go. Barrel minimum is 220. Are set. Approach briefing is start to derag ILS front course, and everything is going to be auto set by the FMS for us. Now we just started the star, so the lateral deviation went from 2 miles to 1 mile. So that means we are in terminal guidance. We're already within 30 miles of the airport, so you'll notice it started showing that what they call the ghosted localizer. So the FMS has already pre-tuned the localizer for us, and we're also getting the blue partial diamond and diamond here. That means that they're already receiving the localizer deflection. So all I got to do now, if I want to start the approach on ILS, and it'll switch guidance from magenta needles here, which is FMS guidance, to green needles. All I got to do there is push the approach button, and it'll automatically complete it as soon as the localizer centers, and we are ready to intercept. And this approach we've briefed, it's going to be straight ahead to N012 at 4,000, right turn, direct to Shannon, and then we'll figure it out from there. We're going to do a hold there, how about that? Cool. So approach briefing is completed.
VNAV transition flight level.
That's all set.
Descent checklist complete. In-range checklist next.
In-range checklist, that is for you starting to set up for the approach. We're very close to the approach, so I'm going to start the in-range checks. You'll see in-range checks are mostly done by the first officer.
In-range checklist. APU. Started. Altimeters.
I got to do... I'm going to transition here on the altimeter. 1015. No, hang on, that was the wrong altimeter. It's 1019er.
3 set, cross-checked. Avionics.
See, it checked. Avionics, yeah, 1019er. Cool. Avionics are set, so it's just waiting for me to confirm.
External lights. On. N1 target.
I gotta switch this over to... You can either set full takeoff mode for go around, or you can set a reduced TGT here, lower target. Hey, Promo, how are you? Guten Abend.
Set.
Now it's waiting for 2 minutes to complete the PAX transition. It's waiting for 2 minutes for the AP to warm up. I could speed it up, but I'm just gonna let it. We got plenty of time to until we gotta actually start landing and stuff. So we're just gonna leave it. It's slowing down to 220. There's a speed constraint here at DRAG at 220. Yeah, 220 at DRAG, so it's slowing down to meet that constraint. We're about 20 miles away from the airport. Going from a long working day. I hope you've had a productive day as well. I'm gonna set the landing lights now to on. They were in pulse. I'm gonna set them over to on now. Gotta put the tablet or stick down a little bit lower. And you can see we're centered up here. I could swap over to the approach mode here. So are we happy? We're within 20 miles of the airport, within 25 miles of the localizer capture criterion. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer until we are about 12 miles from the airport for glide slope capture to be fully stabilized and everything. Glide slope, the declared operational limits is 15 miles for a glide slope system. There we go. Almost there. Gonna take over manual speed control, so this is gonna go from magenta to blue. And we're gonna take it down to 180 knots. Gonna take flaps.
APU PAX transition.
So now it's starting to APU pack. Whisper Valley, welcome aboard. Hope you're gonna enjoy your stay. So now the
Avail completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
we're checking for any abnormal messages we didn't expect. Everything's looking good.
In-range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Okay. Oh, that's it for the in-range. Again, I didn't have to configure anything over on the overhead. First officer takes care of everything. So 3,000 feet, that's our flight limit here that I've set. I'm going to go now to approach mode. Approach localizer. And it will very soon capture glide. So we were just a little bit just outside of the capture lane point there. It'll get it, don't worry. 200 knots. I'm going to take flaps 20. There we go. Glide slope capture. And since I'm on glide slope, it's not going to stop at 3,000, even though I'm passing through the pre-selector. Around altitude is actually 4,000, so I'm going to set that up. And take a little range selector down here, a little bit lower. Now the FMS, you'll notice on here, it's starting to draw a dashed extension out of the runway, and it does that because sequencing has been inhibited on the FMS. So since I'm not in, since I'm landing, this is the final approach fix. Then it's automatically inhibited sequencing. And because we were in approach, we automatically switched over to green needles and guidance. Cool. Well, let's just go ahead and finish up our landing. I'm going to roll. I'm going to start the approach. Actually, I'm going to take my speed back to 160 here. Let gear down. And flaps 30. I'm going to start the approach check, the before landing checks here.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. Nose steer. Arm center clear. Anti-skid.
I'm going to do a test.
Armed tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing cowl anti-ice.
This is asking me whether I'm happy with them. I'm happy.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps.
Now, this is the final item before basically wrapping up the checklist here. I'm going to wait for 4 miles for slowing down a minimum to final approach speed here. I'm just waiting for the DME to go to 4. There it is. So, final approach speed, flaps 45. It's waiting to auto-complete it until we're at flaps 45.
Set. CAS.
Asking me whether I'm happy with any CAS messages on there. I am.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
Quite some
1,000.
more text than the last few. Yes. There we go. 1,000 feet. Stabilize on the approach. Approach checklist. Before landing checklist complete. Everything fully configured. We are ready for. Actually, we want to do the go around, don't we? Let me take a sip of my water here. iTunes, you get used to it. Initially, you're kind of weirded out, but eventually you get used to it. And you can see we are, light path vector is almost exactly on the touchdown zone. 2 whites, 2 reds on the pappies. And Sputnik 1957, welcome aboard. Sputnik S 1957. Okay, let's go
500.
manual flight. Yorda, welcome, Yoda, thanks.
Approaching minimums.
Okay, we're gonna go around, remember.
Minimums.
Okay, go around, disconnect ATS, shove the throttles forward, and I'm gonna call for the checklist items
Go
now.
around thrust set.
See, now it's positive
Light
rate.
slow.
Set go around thrust. Flaps 20.
I'm just flying here, I'm just confirming items, and that advances it through the automatic go-around system for the first officer. I'm happy with the rate of climb.
Gear up. Flaps 20 indicated.
Okay, I'm gonna set them to FMS nav.
Set FMS nav. Gear up indicated. Set FLC 200 knots.
Wonderful stuff, and I'm just flying here and just telling it to continue on with stuff. And I'm basically done with all the items here. I'm happy we're safely climbing away from the airport and stuff, so I can go ahead and push the autopilot in. I'm gonna take ATS in. Altitude capture at 4,000. I'm gonna take flaps up. 220 was the speed limit on the go around here. Okay, speed and altitude capture, LNAV. And when I advance it again, how's the FPS right now? I'm doing 60 FPS. Cool. There's a speed limit at 220, 4,000 here. If I advance it again,
Ready for immediate return checklist.
it's basically told me it's done with the go-around actions, and it's automatically brought up the immediate return checklist for me to go. And if we need to do if we need to return back to the airport, or if we want to do something else. We can also, let's say that we want to do a hold here over, where are we? That's the advance to the two-way point. Let's say we want to hold over Shannon for whatever reason. I can go just index hold. I'm going to grab Shannon here, stick it in there, and it's going to automatically construct a hold for me. And when I KO hold speeds, let's see, what we can change the radial, we can change the course, turn direction, everything. What sort of entry, guys, you want to see? And it's automatically going to tell me what sort of entry it's going to do. Right now from this course, it's going to do a direct entry. If we go 180 on a course, it's going to do parallel entry. We could do a left turn hold. I'm going to do a, actually still direct from this direction, and we could go like 200. Teardrop entry. That one's the most interesting one, isn't it? Offset teardrop. Let's do a teardrop entry. We can change the leg minutes. Let's say if we want to make it a little bit longer. Or we could make it based on a length, fixed size, whichever one you prefer. Let's use 1 minute legs here. And you'll notice that at the advance, it gives me a little overshoot arrow here to tell me we're going to do a slight overshoot on this waypoint and we're going to swing out that way. I'm going to hear Master Blackbox's voice in the CL650. Yeah, sure, we can do something like that. We'll work something out. And currently I'm in manual speed control. Blue bug there. I can go to, if I re-enable VNAV, I can go to FMS speed control. It's just the same currently, so it doesn't make a difference. For the fame only. Yeah. So all the checklists are actually fully configurable. You can actually change the checklist completely. You saw me there edit that XML file. That is what controls the entire checklist system. So you can set up your own checklists. You can set up your own voices by replacing the audio files in there. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, or we can just ship them that way. Reflector Reality Sim here, Graham and Pilsner and all the other guys are familiar with what sort of lengths of craziness I'm willing to go to. NO35K, welcome aboard. Yeah, so this was a ILS approach. Let me show you how boring a VOR approach is. Because this thing is fully mode coupled between the FMS and the approach system, a VOR approach is... Max, welcome aboard. Looks promising, can't wait. Yeah. So because the FMS is fully approach coupled to the autopilot, in fact you saw over there, there's our approach runway in magenta with a center line on the synthetic vision as well. The system is capable of giving you RNAV, well, it's going to give you FMS with vertical guidance all the way down on using a virtual glide path on a VOR approach. So if your operator is permitted to do that, that's, again, you got to work out with your permitting agency and stuff in reality. But if you are allowed to do that, you can just go ahead and load up the VOR DME approach, push approach, and it's going to go to approach LNAV glide path, and it's going to take you down as if this was a completely fully overlaid RNAV approach with everything the way you want it. So it is very straightforward in that. A lot of voice recordings though. Yeah, be prepared. And checklist. Item 1, send it. Item 2, profit. Yeah, sure. So let's have a look. On the VOR 2.4 approach. Item 2, YOLO. Yeah, absolutely. So minimums here would be CDFA 460. Yeah, absolutely, we could do that kind of a descent. Profile view is VOR outbound is down to 3,000 at the outbound course, and then back inbound 237 inbound course. Now we can absolutely do this, not a problem. You know, I'll show you a fully coupled up VOR approach. And of course the airplane can do LPV and it can do RNP AR as well with curved segments. But essentially this thing is the who's who of approach capability. The only thing it can't do is GLS. It doesn't have a GLS, a GBAS receiver on board. It does have SBAS, so it does have satellite augmentation, which you can actually see. Black box might freak out again. But we are currently in SBAS, precision approach capable. We're running on EGNOS. And the reason why we're running on EGNOS service is because I download the EGNOS system availability reports in real time. So you can see your horizontal and vertical protection levels for EGNOS in real time. And it will degrade correctly. So we can go here, actually we can disable the system if we don't want to receive it for whatever reason, if we're in multi-coverage. The GPS automatically transitions to navigation mode only. We are not SBAS precision approach capable anymore. We can still do basic, yeah, it's already bitching at me. Check SBAS service provider, because it sees that we are in Europe, location-wise, and we don't have it enabled. So we might want it enabled. It's being a little bit of a fussy. So we'll re-enable it and it'll reacquire a lock. It'll take a little while. Oh, no, it's already switched on. Does it have VNAV and WingFlex? Yes. Have to turn up the stream volume. There is some dude flying a jet around Shannon for fun. So yeah, and these values you see here, horizontal protection level and vertical protection level, these are taken in real time from these charts. That's how it determines how accurately your coverage, your GPS integrity is provided. And HFOM, VFOM is the horizontal and vertical figure of merit that the GPS itself estimates. Oh, I didn't even show you how it does the intercept for the hold entry. So it's swung out a little bit far, and it's allowed to overfly a little bit outside the hold to do an intercept, or to do a teardrop entry, because it's doing a 30-degree offset. So on a 1-minute lag, that can usually, you'll end up a little bit beyond, then it comes back in. And you'll see it over here if we plot out our course. We'll do a little cute little teardrop entry exactly as you would expect it to do. In fact, the funnier part is when the airplane's flying outbound on the leg, you can actually go ahead and mess with its hold. And you can change you can change its side that it's holding on, and it'll, if it's like over here turning outbound, it'll quickly scoot over to the other side and continue on to hold on that side. It's kind of funny messing with the thing. Same thing if you change the hold length, it'll also continue on outbound on the hold. So as it's doing a hold here, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I got to go to the bathroom, and as Black Box likes to say, dump some fuel. And yeah, what's the temperature outside? Plus 13. We're in a little bit of cloud here, but plus 13 TAT. So it's fine. We don't need anti-ice. Yeah, it's a little bit, it didn't quite get it exactly on the initial turn-in. It's because we got a bunch of crosswind, so it has to compensate for that. But it's shifting itself over onto the center line there, with the hold. Cool. Fuel dump approved. Thank you. I can show you how fuel dumping works on a Challenger on an actual thing here. It does have fuel dumping capability, but out of only one set of tanks, only out of the tail. So, back in 2 minutes, I'm going to leave this flying, and you can watch the thing paint, I guess, circles in the sky. Back in 2 minutes, folks. Alrighty, back in the saddle. I'll just check voice is coming through okay, I guess, so that's all good. So she hasn't run away from me yet. That's a positive thing, I guess. So let's program in that VOR approach. What you'll notice, so currently we've only got 2 legs in here. One of the stranger features of the Challenger, you can go direct, or you know that. Direct is obvious, that's, you know, nothing new. You can go direct, not only forward, you can go back. So if I wanted to, and I bring this out large, I can go ahead and replay, so to speak, my flight plan. And you can see this is my entire flight plan that we've flown in here. I'd go direct back there and then replay it back forward, refly it. The point of this obviously is not to refly the same flight plan. The point is, if you make a mistake, let's say you were cleared direct Ogono, but you cleared direct Daigon, but you accidentally click Ogono here, went direct, and then you remember, oh crap, I didn't want to do that. You can go direct, back a few steps, and then reselect what you already passed, or what you've already selected as a direct, and just go back to the way it was. You can sort of restore your flight plan. And what's going to happen when I select a new approach here, it's going to copy out this current hold out of the approach portion. Does it have secondary flight plan? Yes, it does. Flight plan, sec flight plan, and you can mess around with this as much as you want. So I can go sec primary flight plan, copy active, copy complete. Secondary flight plan, this is now a complete copy of whatever I had in here. Now currently I don't really have much, but I'm at the tail end of it. But yeah, on the secondary flight plan I could go like direct Daigon. No, hang on, direct is only a function of the active flight plan. So you can't go direct on a secondary flight plan. But yes, it does have a secondary. In fact, that's how we initially entered a flight plan. When you get a flight plan uplink over data link, it will initially load up into the secondary flight plan. And in fact, what you can do, if you have a problem with reaching your destination, you can go in secondary flight plan and depart arrive. On the secondary flight plan, arrive a different whatever, RNAV 10 OSLX something, secondary legs, and then you can go ahead and activate the secondary flight plan. Let's go to sec flight plan. I'm going to activate here. It's going to be put into the mod. It hasn't executed the change, but if I did push now execute, it would immediately replace my active flight plan. You can set up an alternate flight plan that way easily. Will you allow integration with FFMC? It's already done. Flying ISMO. And it do unpublished holds. Well, Petrie Ron, this is an unpublished hold. I just entered this one manually by hand. So yes, it can. You can modify a hold as well, of course. Now, flying ISMO WebFMC integration is already done. It's going to be ready on release. And also AirFMC. So we have both WebFMC and AirFMC supported. Which I do have on my Mac here. Cool. Let's see. Right, so I want to go arrive VOR24 over, which one of these is going to be the fatter one, because we are category C. The one that goes out to DME 11 DME. Okay, so not this one. This goes to DME 10. So depart arrive VOR24 Shannon 1 legs. Yeah, Shannon 11, so the one that goes out at 074. Yes, that's the fatter one. The FMS can do pretty much everything the real thing can. It's pretty much because the sim can't send a fax message. Yes, unfortunately, the fax messages, we have the menu simulated for it, but it basically simulates that the system does not have an action. So if you go send message, fax message, and you type in some sort of a fax, whatever number, I guess, 1-800 whatever, Just make that one up. And you'll go, I don't know, we'll send it to ubar. That's just going to be in the message header. And message text. Hello there. How are you? So, like that. And when you send it, VHF in progress, send it off to the server. But we'll simulate that the server doesn't have fax sending capability at your company. So you're going to get a data link message back that says, fax message send failed, no carrier. But it does have support for air-to-air messages over the Hoppy network. 010 fax sending, no telex either, unflyable. Is that like CPDLC? It's a little bit different. CPDLC is a completely separate piece of functionality. It's not in the plane yet. I will put it there eventually, but probably not for initial release. We have email to fax services. Yeah, email messages also aren't supported, so it'll send it off and say unreachable host. But we can send air-to-air messages to other aircraft if there was somebody on the network. I can send a message to myself, which I'm November 650 Charlie Lima currently, and this will send a message over Hoppy. How are you doing? Not doing, but doing. And today is a nice day at Canon. Send. I should send it to me. There we go. Message received. And you send a message if you. I'll send you a message if you like. Sure, send one. And you've also got the ability to have like canned stored messages. If you can store up to 4 made messages. That's really for the aircraft things like if you have a company message like we just landed, you can just push that and punch it off. Or if you basically want to like have some ready to go messages for your company and stuff. And Reflect Reality Sim Graham's gonna send me a message, over the Hoppy network. And you gotta opt into this, by the way. It's not gonna be enabled by default. It's up here in the user settings. This is basically preventive use. So if you don't want it, it's not gonna be enabled by default. But if you do enable it, Hoppy and where was the thing? Oh, right. You don't have to log in basically to the network if you don't want it. Yeah, that's from Graham. Also, let's see what else. It also supports OOI reports, so you can send a destination to where it's going to send your position reports, and you enable those under pause time reports. And if you enable this, it will automatically see there it's just sent off a report to the Hoppy network. On and off reports. So I guess you could track me now. Position reports on ground, no. And if I go to Hoppy and ACARS network server message log, bring it up like that, you will see it should be in here somewhere. Oh, there we are. November 650 Charlie Lima ADSC report. That's where we are. We're November 650 Charlie Lima 3932 feet. Nothing knots, apparently. In our exact position. Yeah, it's also proper data link simulation. No cheating. There is no cheating here. Yeah, the Inmarsat antenna, you can see over here, Inmarsat is tracking the geostationary satellite. It's a steerable antenna that's located in the tail of the aircraft. I4AF4 is the current satellite that we're linked up on. And you can also see we've also got, because we've got the thing kitted out with all the options pretty much, we've also got Iridium data link. We're not currently in real time flying, so this won't exactly match real time. But if I was in real time, click on a satellite, go to track here, it will bring up the N2YO orbital tracker. And this would match exactly where the satellite is, but since I'm not flying in real time currently, it won't. Cool. Anyway. So let's go ahead and stop yapping here and do the VOR finally. Cool stuff. So here, step R. How much fuel we got? Oof. Gotta start landing here because we've only got about 1 hour and 15 minutes of fuel left. Now, I haven't been really flying at a very high altitude to conserve fuel. Anyway, I have a question about the autopilot, if you don't mind. Did you have to do any gain tuning or controller design on the device? It's not necessary building on the new X-plane. No, this is built. This is not has no X-plane autopilot in it, so this is completely custom coded. And yes, there was a ton of gain tuning. Here you've got all the pit controllers of the autopilot. So if you want to see them perform in real time, there you go. Let's see, AFCS, PID 1, elevator PID. So we're currently using which one? So we're in LNAV, which means we're in heading tracking mode, through heading. And there's the elevator. This is the elevator cascade for the pitch control. And we've got we're going to have the altitude hold. Pitch controller is running. And also it's going to be running the heading hold. Heading hold. Pitch controller. And the heading hold, even though we're not currently in heading hold, LNAV is actually the FMS gives the autopilot a heading to, or more a true track to fly, which the autopilot is using the heading hold for. How do you change to a single queue? Like this. We'll bring up the PFD here. The HUD, by the way, is always FPV guidance. That's the way the HUDs are designed. They'll always give you that little center. The little center circle, that's the flight path back, the autopilot, the flight director, and it's always relative to the flight path vector here. But keep asking until he runs out of fuel. Yeah, we're going to be kind of screwed then. So you want a single queue FD, go to menu, roll down to config, select, roll down to flight director, V-bar. There you go. And it changes on both sides at the same time. And this is persisted in NVRAM in the avionics. So if you change it once, it'll stay there. Stay that way. We can complete the flight in V-bar if you want. And you might have seen in here, menu, that's also where you change the altimeter units. So you can go from hectopascals to inches of mercury, or to hectopascals. Also, the airplane supports true heading operation if you're in far north latitudes. Which you can also change, by the way, in here through the FMS. So FMS control does the same thing. Anyway. Step R, VOR DME, Shannon 1. Currently tracking, inbound to the hold. I'm going to do a normal hold exit. So instead of vectoring, I'm going to do the hold exit the way the FMS would automatically do it. As soon as I execute this, nothing's changed. We're still in the hold. So we haven't broken anything. Yes, every single fuse works as well. Yes, it does, of course, Petri Ron. Not only does it work, it actually is wired up to an actual electrical network. So I bring up the electrical network of the aircraft. Yes, it is. Yeah, any one of these buses you click, it's going to show you what's actually on there and how much power it's consuming. You can in fact track power sourcing, where it's coming from. APU generator is currently online but not used. Here's the engine generator. Second engine generator. You can track through where the power is going. AC utility bus, not much on there. And yes, you can. This is located in CB2D14. It's CB2B14. I'm sorry, D14. There we go. 115 volt AC utility bus to feed. So watch this. AC utility bus 2 is depowered. In fact, we should have a visible status on that. We go to AC electrical. AC utility bus 1 is unpowered. It's trying to push power to it, but it's not powered, so it's got a white outline there. As soon as I close this, there we go. AC utility bus 2 is powered again. Cool. So we're in the hold. We can exit the hold many ways. One of the easiest ways is to just go ahead and tell the FMS. So here, exit hold. It'll say exit armed. And when I go enter, it'll complete, you see over here, it's going to complete the turn, or going to try and continue the turn in. I'm already level now, rounded out in level flight. It's going to immediately turn back inbound, and then it's going to overfly the hold fix and continue on outbound on the original leg, or the approach leg. So let's go ahead and execute. It's truncated the hold. You'll see over here, there's no more outbound leg anymore. So that's telling me that it's just going to complete the hold, and once it's out of Shannon waypoint, it's going to delete the entire hold here from the visible stuff there. Oh, actually, I want to do this. I'm going to go like so. Sure. In fact, it's, yeah, there's a speed constraint of 210 at Shannon for this approach, isn't there? Doesn't say anywhere on the chart. But yeah. Also, I should adjust my minimums here since we're going to be doing the VOR. So minimums are 460. Go to here, roll this up to 460. There we go. Minimums are set. Question is, what doesn't work? Yeah, Sioux Flyer, that's probably going to be a shorter list, to be honest. So you see it's tracking back inbound to the hold fix to exit the hold in the regular manner. Obviously, you can go, heading hold, you can go direct to something if you want right away. You can't go direct to this, can you? Yeah, invalid direct, because that is a altitude not an altitude, that is a distance terminated leg, so it won't allow you to go direct to that, but I could go like direct Rosberg if I wanted to. And it's saying check altitude select because it's wanted to start descent on a VNAV here. I'm going to leave it in VNAV, sure, but it's wanting to do a top of descent. We're not going to yet. I'm going to take over manual altitude descent and control. So I'm also going to take over manual speed control. So all you got to do is basically just roll this once, so it's like in blue, tell you that you're in manual speed control. Airplane's it's gonna overfly because of the way hold exiting is designed in law. You're supposed to overfly the hold and then continue on wherever when you're exiting. So it's overflown Shannon here, and then it's going to rejoin the outbound path there. And we've got minimum of 3,000 there at Shannon, or at Shannon 11 miles out. Let's see over here. One out, and then it's going to come back in and rejoin this path. And since I haven't accomplished the immediate return checklist yet, I'm going to do that.
Immediate return checklist. Pressurization. Set. Altimeters. Set cross-checked. thrust reversers. Armed. Landing data.
That's asking me to do the landing data setup, because our weights might have changed. See, we're landing at 30.7. We've burned a bunch of fuel down, so I'm have to reset my approach data as well. I'm going to punch in a manual weight here, 30.7. It's going to dump the V speeds that we've had in there because they're no longer valid. We might, in fact, which mode will you use for final approach? Haha, approach mode. Just APPR, and you're going to get automatic FMS glide path and everything. You'll see black box. It's going to be sweet. This thing makes VOR approaches into full guided, full mode RNAV. This is pretty much idiot-proof. Weather request. I'm going to fetch new weather here at Shannon. There's a quick thing. Okay, Shannon received 220 at 7. Temperature is 1019 is still valid. And yeah, everything else is looking good, so I'm just gonna accept these V speeds. We got plenty of landing runway. Send it. And here's how you enter your, because when you enter this, when you initially set this stuff up, it's going to show you your current weight here, landing weight, and when you know you've got a bunch of time to fly, then you'll probably want to go in here, fetch your predicted landing weight. There's also other ways to pull it out of the FMS, but the easiest way is to just read it off the MFD here, push that in, punch that in there, and then you've got a new setup. Cool. Landing data is we got minimum set up, we've got approach setup, we've got speed setup. So landing data is set.
Approach briefing.
Approach briefing, you just complete however you want it. Brief the other pilot, brief yourself.
Fuel quantity and balance.
We need minimum, 400. We're just about barely on the edge of being out of balance. I'm just going to leave it as is. If we need to go around again, we're getting close to 2,000 pounds, which is getting into, the FMS complaining about us, so probably not going to go around here. The fuel
CAS.
Quantity of balance is checked, and CAS, everything is expected.
Immediate return checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
How many bytes on the sending of a METAR request, or is it not always the same size? Call me Nick, it varies. Actually, I'm going to select 3000 here. VALT, path is armed. And as soon as we get close enough, the FMS should swap us over. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to approach mode, approach LNAV, VALT path, and once we're inside of Rosrow here, it's going to give us a glide path as well armed. So it'll say, it'll arm GP in white here, and then once it actually activates, it's actually going to ignore the pre-selector and going to descend all the way down the runway. How many bytes? So the amount of bytes is dependent on the whatever the METAR is. So we are actually estimating the amount of bytes. In fact, if you want to be absolutely nerdy, you can see the system operating here. It's actually sending it over VHF data link. Watch this: bitrate receive and transmit. I make a request. Make it a little bit closer so you can see. Return, terminal weather request, send. There we go, top of descent. B, it's sending or receiving and already received data. There's not too many bytes and bits in here. So I'm kind of all over the place here. Sorry, I'm flying and showing you the plane at the same time. And yeah, we're on Shannon VDL mode 2 data link. When I send, not receive, it shouldn't be always the same size. No, not quite. Depends on a few variables, but generally it is very close to being the same size, yes. See there, it's already switched over to VGP mode. I'm going to decelerate to 180. I'm going to take flaps 20. J5 flyer, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. It's no longer subtly, is now engineering level. Sort of, yeah. I'm gonna have the cabin guys here open up their door. Because this is your escape route out here. This is where the door is. We want to have the door really open for landing and takeoff. Cool.
2500.
Yeah, fuel imbalance. It's getting a little bit pissy. Acknowledged. E160, yeah, it's 400 pounds maximum for an approach. Or for a landing, but well, we're just about on the edge of it, so we're just gonna continue on. E160, gear down, flaps 30. Can you use Wireshark on the data link? Yes, you can, Artisan, but you know, that's just because it's actually using your actual internet connection. Not a simulated Wireshark over data link. No, not quite like that. And I'm gonna start the before landing checks.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. Nose steer. Arm centered clear. Anti-skid. Armed tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing cowl anti-ice.
I'm happy with them. It's asking me, so
Continuous ignition.
I'm gonna push that on.
On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps.
Just waiting for the flaps here. Okay, we can slow down to final approach speed here. Flaps 45.
Set. CAS.
Just check.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist
This
next.
is understandable, so yeah. There we go. 1,000 feet. Approach checklist complete. Stable.
1000.
And that's it. That's all there is to a VOR approach in this thing. Like I said, yeah, a trained monkey could do this. In fact, you can fly with like this on the synthetic vision if you want. Now, obviously, we're on a VOR approach, which means we're not actually pointing at the runway. We're pointing at, there's probably a VOR station down there somewhere. This away somewhere. Probably, no, that's the glide slope. I don't know where it is, but it's following the VOR path here. Cool.
Approaching minimums.
I'm just going to take the autopilot out here. Flight director off. Manual thrust. When you disconnect the auto thrust,
Minimums.
I was just close enough with the virtual throttles. It's normally going to give you a little overlay so you can see where your virtual throttles are, or physical throttles are. And minimums continue, obviously. Half a kilometer before the runway. I didn't see it. Thank you. We'll take a look at it later. A bit off center line here.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Hey. Spoilers. Thrust reverse. Oh, hang on. I forgot I got pedals here. So where's Alpha? Quite a bit away. But what I can do is I can go like so and bring up my charts. It automatically switches me to the arrival chart. Thrust reverser is stowed. And I can just have a look at this steering. We'll see how well I landed in a moment. It does have, I've modeled the hard landing indicator system, which measures your G-load on landing. Cool. So, since I'm still in motion, right, and I'm still steering the airplane, I can just call the first officer and tell him to just complete the after landings as soon as I clear the runway here. Yeah, get rid of the fail message there. And so that you guys can see, I'm just going to bring this up so you can see what it's doing.
After landing checklist. Landing, pulse, recog lights.
Waiting for me to clear
Off.
those.
Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes. Off. Wing anti-ice.
Also clear the
Off.
caution there.
Cowl anti-ice.
It's asking me to check which one I want.
Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
And during this whole time, I didn't even have to be looking at it. I was just showing you guys, but normally I would be focusing on, you know, taxiing, making sure I'm not driving into a ditch or something. Let's try and figure out where we're going to park. Fuel imbalance. Yes, I know. That's because we've just landed. We're more than 400 pounds imbalance. Side to side. Well, how do we drive around here? Where's the parking for us? I think folks said that we're supposed to park on that east ramp or something. Let's go over there. Will be VR compatible. Toto. Yes. There's some more stuff I gotta do for, you know, best VR experience, but yes, it will be. Just before Delta 1. Okay. Okay. So was I supposed to turn left here? Do I park here or where? This looks like a okay, these are parking spots. You're right, you are right. 21 and 22. Yeah, this does look kind of parky. So over here, let's say 21. Yeah, this looks fairly parking wise, kind of stylish. Take the taxi light out. Can we just shove it over here on this white line? I guess I'm gonna have to stay on the concrete pavement here. Cool. Brakes are set. At the FBO card meet you. Yeah, maybe. Okay. And since I'm now stopped, I gotta do most of the actions. So the next checklist is mostly me doing stuff.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake. Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
So since it's asking, it's showing one action, that means I'm the one who's gonna be doing the action.
Off. Engine 2 shut down.
Let's do the audio, huh? We're gonna do that for the other engine.
Fuel boost pumps.
So those out here.
Off. Fuel system.
And we're looking for a left fuel low pressure or right fuel low pressure. Yes, that's checked.
Engine 1 shut down.
Okay, I'm gonna do an external audio. It's gonna be loud, so headphone users, beware.
Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
And yeah, you can hear the blades rattling around. Okay, let's complete the checklist here.
Anti-ice, off. 14th stage, off. Beacon,
Uh,
off. No steer,
the typical Challenger clunk.
off. ATC TCAS,
ATC TCAS is asking me to go to standby, so push this twice and 0 on the code.
standby, 0. Parking brake if chalked,
And we're going to say that we're chalked, sure. So we call it chocks.
passenger signs, off. Cabin differential, 0 psi. Engine shutdown checklist complete. Securing checklist next.
So I'm not going to do the securing checklist. It involves basically shutting down the airplane completely. But of course, I mean, yes, you can hear the blades. You would even hear the heat clank of the metal expanding or contracting actually as it cools down. Ground roll vibrations evidence, probably no. I'm probably going to leave those on visual effects plugins like Head Shake and XP Realistic, because I don't think it makes sense to have it doubled up. Yeah, either XP Realistic or SimCoder's Head Shake. Yeah, I didn't want to fly off. Forgot what view I was in. Just wrote it in C++. If you're Simulink or something, just wrote it in C, Igdal Green. I generally don't write in C++. There's bits and pieces in C++, but generally C. Yes, passenger door, understood. So, this is it for the stream. Yeah, hope you had a fun time. I sure have fun flying this thing. And it's going to be in your hands soon. Not too long to go. I'll see, baby. I did write the rain effects. So, see you folks next time. Hopefully by that time we're going to have the new landing gear models in place. And yeah. We're actually freewheeling here in the wind, probably. Yeah, there's like 4 knots of wind. That's what's pushing the blades over. Cool. I'll see you folks next time. Everybody, take care. Have fun. Love you all. And be safe. Bye.